here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? Better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing
here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye.
ممكن يفعل اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار يعمل مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش هي اليمين ولا مين مروان من البطروط الان مني ما تقولش في الاحضان يعطيها تكون هي للاحلام.
Hello everyone and welcome back. It is time for some crazy action once again. Of course, it is day 2 of the final week right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, it's our final week of league play, right? So next up after this week is going to be straight into those finals. And of course, as per usual, we are back with all the action the Africa region has to offer. Now, yesterday, we saw a much more balanced approach coming from all 20 participating teams, which of course then led to a very balanced distribution of the points with no particular team really breaking away like we saw in our first 2 weeks of play. But today, we are going to be looking to see whether or not that trend is going to continue or if we're going to see that rise of dominance starting to trickle through once again. My name is DK and I'm joined by none other than Ez Broxy. Ez, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. It's looking like it's going to be an interesting day so far, but I'm ready for the action. Are you?
Oh, yes. Super excited to see what the team's going to bring through, right? I mean, we are getting closer and closer. After today, there's only going to be 3 days left in which these teams were able to lock in those additional points to see how many points they're going to be moving through into the finals. But of course, we also like to take this opportunity to remind our viewers of our socials, right? So be sure to hit us up on YouTube, Facebook, as well as on TikTok. Let us know what your hopes are for this week. Which team do you think is going to be rising to the occasion and could potentially be walking away with those 20 bonus points to their name? Be sure to include the lovely hashtag there, PMPL Africa, alongside your predictions. And we'd love to see what your guys' thoughts are. I mean, you can also hit us up in the chat. Be sure to include the hashtag. I mean, that'd be quite exciting to see what the predictions and, the people are looking to see as we move through these events. But as we know, right, also then changed up the entire format, right? It's not the usual season of old, right? We've come in with a few different changes. So let's take a look at that.
Yeah, no, we've already done away with the super weekends and, really added that extra importance to every single day of play because as we know, going through the 5 days of play per week, that is going to tally up to your chances to potentially take part in that Livic action. And obviously that overall standings at the end of the week is going to help you tally up how many bonus points you will be getting depending on your position from 1 to 20th. Of course, first taking the maximum 20 points, trickling down all the way to the 20th position, taking the 1 point. So you can do the math. They just swap around. It's pretty easy. Even I can follow it. But of course, this all adds to that importance. Taking bonus points into the finals does mean that teams have a foundation to work with. And DK, it really does allow them to just give themselves that breathing room moving into one of the most stressful weekends of PMPL Africa Fall.
Oh, it's going to be stressful, but super exciting, right? As we know, we've been looking at these teams playing over the previous few days, and I mean, it's a really, really sweaty performance that we are having. The competition being really tough. I mean, we saw that happening just yesterday, so there's quite a bit yet still to come. So let's take a look at the calendar to kind of remind us as to where we are, what is yet to come. And of course, as we can see, right, we are currently in our last week, and we'll be following it up with the finals all the way over on towards next weekend, which is going to be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday event to see which teams will be sitting at the top and locking in a beautiful distribution of that prize money, which we're going to be hopping into very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And after this absolutely beautiful, beautiful week of rest, the teams had an opportunity to do their analysis, to do their VOD reviews, maybe take a little bit of a break, maybe try new strategies, already bringing in some interesting changes. It is going to be allowing for a week of surprises, because we don't know who's going to be taking the final W. We don't know who's going to be picking up the most amount of points, because already, as you mentioned, it's been a very balanced approach from these teams. You know, we don't really have one shining star that's taking the points away from everyone else. I mean, there's one or two teams that picked up more than one winner chicken dinner, but the points don't really reflect that. It looks pretty even. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, what's also exciting about this week, as while we take a look at the prize pool breakdown, is that at the end of the week, right, there's going to be a double helping of bonus points getting distributed, because it's going to be the overall standing for the entire league, but also then the week's overall standings as well. So quite a few bonus points up for grabs this particular week. And of course, the teams are going to be playing for their share of the prize pool, right? 1st to 20th, regardless of where they place, they are going to be awarded that $2,500. But it's in the finals that they get the opportunity to add even more, right? That gives them a bigger share of that $150,000 that we have up for grabs.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's bringing in a very surprising performances from some of these teams, because as we know, it is placing so much importance on every single day of play. No longer the idea of, oh, it's fine, I'll just keep my strategies for Super Weekend and then we'll really blow them away, or it's fine, I'll just wait till the finals. But now the only way you're going to get to the finals is by putting your best for the teams that are fighting to get themselves into the top 16 on the overall to qualify for the finals. They definitely need to put in some great work, because everyone has been raising the bar in terms of their performances over not only the last week, but also just as we move in through the days.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of a struggle right now. To make the struggle a little bit easier, the teams can utilize our point structure. And as we know, on the large maps, the winner chicken dinner is worth 15 points. And then it trickles down, right? As the placement goes down, so does the points, where if they finish between 13th to 16th place, they walk away with a bag of donuts. Over on Livik, the distribution slightly different. First place being worth those additional 10 points instead of the 15. But they can still utilize that 1 point being awarded per elimination. We've had a few beasts right appear out on the battlefield, really looking to capitalize on that 1 point per elimination, looking to make up for the lack of placement points that they've been able to find so far. So I'm quite excited to see how that kind of is going to continue as we progress through, looking to see who's going to be the next team to step up and just, absolutely obliterate the competition.
Yeah, and blow us away in the process, of course, because so far, definitely the teams have been looking like they've already changed some things up. I mean, we can just point at leaders, right? They were one of the teams that we always do look at for the maximum eliminations, the insane amount of eliminations between maps, but then their placements would fall a little bit short, and then they wouldn't quite catch, as much of the points as other teams. And now already in this week, we've seen them change that up, and they've actually been focusing a lot more on their placements to really bring about, as you said, a very balanced performance.
Well, of course, speaking about balance, right, we have to keep things balanced, so we keep on swapping the groups around. So for this week, this is our setup, right? Group A, B, C, D, and E, all changing up ever so slightly. And we can see Titans sitting in that Group A alongside Darkness, Virtual Gaming, and Wave. We've got Blackjack, Mad Knight, 1 Million, and Team Myth over in Group B. In C, we've got the Legends of War, Slime Forgetty, Soul Esports Africa, as well as Team Lag. In Group D, none other than Arab Golden Esports, Desert Flame Esports, Leaders Esports, and One Round Esports. A lot of esports action right here. Group E consists then of the Super Young Stars, Triple Esports, Zero Tolerance Skills, and then, of course, VST Gaming as well. So VST, we know, is the team that took our very first winner chicken dinner over on Livik. And then on the complete opposite end, we've got Titan Gaming, who took our second winner chicken dinner over on Livik in that, just last week. So it's going to be quite exciting to see where it's going to swing around to, right? So based on that trend, it has to be someone from Group C, right? Because that's smack dab middle, right? So it's going to be, it's going to have to be one of those two teams to get that winner chicken dinner. But of course, what we know is also we have to take a look and see what the overall standings is. So this is after just yesterday, where we have the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad coming in with those two winner chicken dinners sitting on a grand total of 69 points. Follows very closely by the players there from 1 million, who also picked up a bit of a chicken there. VSC also then with their own chicken all the way in 5th place, with Team Myth situated up in 7th. Now, I mean, we've been asking to see teams really changing things up from the performances that we had in that first week. Already, players here from Arab Golden rising to the occasion, already bring in that extra little bit of effort. But as we now get ready to move a little bit closer towards that second page, right, we're going to be seeing just how much of an emphasis has been put on towards that more balanced distribution. I mean, the eliminations, there's no breakaway team coming with eliminations, right? It's still very contentious. 25, 24, 22. I mean, pick one of those double-digit numbers, it's pretty much there. But it starts to change a slight bit once we look at the placement point distribution.
Yeah, so this is the different focuses that we're seeing from these teams. I mean, Titan Gaming finding themselves in 8th position with 29 points, with 22 of those being eliminations. Only a measly 7 being, awarded to any sort of placements. Again, in terms of their overall league performance, they're doing phenomenally. They don't need points necessarily. Maybe they might be wanting to climb those overall pages, but we know it doesn't stop there. Moving on to the second page, Mad Knight picking up those 28 points. So that's only 1 point away from 8th place. Again, a lot can change in one day of play, but we'll keep a lookout and just see how close it is now. Because what's lovely to see is we saw that trend of a very healthy level of competition coming through in at least the end of last week, when we finally saw those overall scores. The teams were still able to, even on the literal last game, change it up and qualify in the top 12. So because of how healthy that competition is and how that trend is now continuing here, I am not worried for any of these teams. Even if we go to the last page, I mean, we'll do the math now. Darkness with 19. We'll take a look at 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th to see how far they are from that. But it's last time we checked, it was so close. Like, they still have that opportunity today and obviously Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But the pressure is going to add on as we move into the end of the week.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure that's going to come through, but I'm really liking the adaptation that the teams are bringing in, right? As we know, not only are the teams playing for their placement in this week, they're also playing for their placement in the overall standings, the main big amount of overall standings, which is going to be all 3 weeks put together. But aside from that, they are then also playing for their points with regards to the PMGC, right? So there's a lot up for grabs here. So we are seeing teams really putting in the efforts. I mean, looking at this last page, right, we got TEAMLAG, Wave, as well as Legends of War and Super Young Stars. And there's not much stopping them from taking leaps and bounds up the overall rankings, especially coming into today, right? All of that can still change. There's not that big of a disparity looking at the teams currently set in 20th position. And for instance, a team like Titan Gaming that we have up in 8th, right? There's only about 21, 22 points difference. And that can all be changed in one particular game.
Absolutely. One day, one game, you take your pick depending on how the performance is going to be from these teams moving on in. But I do like that we're already talking about, well, there's still chance. It's not like we're starting day one off with Titans or 1 million taking 100 points and we're like, okay, well, the week is done. We know what's happening. It's okay. It's cool. Whatever. It's already starting to shape up like a team and just a set of teams that are bringing the same energy, bringing the level that they need to for the stage of PMPL Africa.
Well, speaking about energy, of course, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And of course, aside from Monster, we also need to give a big thank you out to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. If you're curious as to what they look like, it's right here, right between myself and Ez. The lovely pumpkin color. What did you say that color was? The orange?
I called it
it's
mustard.
that color. Or mustard, pumpkin,
like-
whatever.
like a goldy mustard colour.
Yes, that's the color, right?
Yes.
There's some pretty interesting looking colors, but of course, speaking about the interesting looking colors, let's take a look and see what our color distribution is going to be with regards to the maps. Of course, we are heading into a Miramar heavy day today, starting it off with Miramar, ending it off with Miramar, and adding a little bit of Miramar in the middle, right? So, and then it comes that extra little bit of greenery. Because you can't have everything just orange and brown and whatever other color you want to associate them with Miramar.
Too much sand. Too much sand.
Yes,
We need some water.
yes.
We need some lovely green plants.
Yes, we need that balance to come on through. But it's going to be interesting one to see how the teams are going to be changing up, moving into this Miramar heavy day, right? It is going to be that opportunity, and they're going to have several opportunities, in fact, to try and rectify whatever it is that they didn't feel too comfortable with based on their previous performances.
And of course, Myth is going to be asking the question, are they going to get zone blessed 6 times in a row on Miramar? We'll have to wait and see if that's still going to happen. But what's interesting yesterday, and we mentioned it, is that the level, the sort of the pacing that the teams are bringing into the game have immediately changed moving into this last week, right? We saw a lot of like early aggression. We saw a lot of teams really bringing that energy, you know, staying extremely active, looking for eliminations, looking for fights. And it was understandable because of the pressure that was applied to them with those first week of plays, because now every single day is important. They need to get as many points as they possibly can. It makes sense. But now they brought that peace of mind back, and we're back to PMPL Spring, where we are slowing things down, we're being cautious, and we're taking things as with information that we can get. We're not rushing into fights. We are trying to sort of keep the peace as long as we can.
Well, I mean, we have to rush into something, right? So we are going to be pushing straight into our very first match of the day. And this is going to be the opportunity to see whether or not Team Myth, right, can pull yet another absolutely glorious Zone Bless session to come through. We know yesterday, all the Zone Blessing resulted in a lovely winner chicken dinner for them. And we have them in the lobby once again, as we can see, up in that 8th position. But it's all going to come down to where this flight path is going to be moving towards, how the teams are going to be looking to adapt accordingly, and of course where that initial zone is going to be appearing as well. As we can see already, the team starting to break off, starting to move out. You got the players there from One Round and Arab Golden already starting to make that early plunge down towards the lovely La Cobreria, with 1 million of course opting straight in towards El Pozo. But as the rest of the teams now start to move out, this is where we get to have a bit of a taste as to what we could be expecting for the majority of today.
It's going to be very interesting moving into this one. Of course, I am still going to be focusing on those 4 teams that we mentioned yesterday, like Desert Flame, Legends of War, Mad Knight, Darkness, right? Because they're trying to fight for their spot in the top 16 on the overall rankings. At least they were the last time we looked at those overall rankings, the big ones that you keep talking about. So they're going to keep applying that pressure. And the teams that are just above them, like Zero Tolerance or Super Young Stars, last time we checked, they also need to fight. They don't want to be on the edge of maybe getting relegated to being in the bottom 4 and missing out on the finals opportunity. So we'll take a look at how those teams are going to be performing today. But what a lovely northwestern zone. I feel like it's been a minute since we've actually ventured into the northern parts of Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a very, very satisfying zone, especially for a team like Zero Tolerance, right? Because we know they like to push in towards those lovely western positions on the map, right? Unfortunately, Zero Tolerance is not here, so they can just look on in anguish at this lovely zone that they are not going to be playing in just yet. But maybe, who knows, right? Once they get their opportunity on Miramar, maybe they'll be blessed with another beautiful zone exactly like this one. I mean, we did see that happen yesterday, right? The zones kind of sticking to their positions, not really changing things up all too much. But what we are seeing, though, is going to be Mad Knight and Leaders Esports in a very close kind of starting position, right? PRZ alongside the Beast, getting ready for a little bit of that interaction, and which could, of course, then lead to even more action as the teams could start to push on forward. But we have a lot of pretty close positions coming in across the board. Even looking up in towards Los Leones, Leaders of Legends of War, rather, and Blackjack also about to get into a little bit of an early altercation.
Yeah, a little bit of hot drop action to jump us, just to start us off. Miramar, it's a big map. We don't think the teams are going to find each other. Well, they're here to prove us wrong. Blackjack, Esports, and Legends of War now just setting each other alight. Clearly, it was a very chilly day today, so they thought that, they would help out. Some fire under their feet. Never a problem, really. But Flick is going to be put into the literal pressure cooker as two Blackjack members head on up. It's still the 1v2. It's the what? One down, two down. It's only Chrono now that has to get this entry on towards Flick.
Yeah, I mean that was a pretty crazy play coming through from Flick, but unfortunately, they just missed the one or two shots. But Power Boy's now gonna rush on forward, looking to close that one up. The molly goes out. Oh, this one looks on the money. Is it? Yes, it is. Could this be the end? Cronel not trying to get away from the flames, but it's not gonna be enough. Down they go, and with that, it is gonna be the players from Blackjack down to only one remaining hopeful. What a crazy turn of events this is. I mean, we said the teams are gonna be looking to shake it up, especially this week, but we weren't really expecting this much of a shakedown.
Look, I don't want to sound biased, but I'm loving that for Legends of War. As we mentioned, they were at the bottom four starting yesterday. They need to bring the action. And Beast, I'm sorry, hey, it happens. You sometimes you just clip the window, and then that nade just bounces back, and you know that you're done. You know that you put your hands up, and you're like, it is what it is. But leaders will be picking up a lovely little bit of a early elimination. Legends of War, on the other hand, picking up 3 of Blackjack. So. Oh, that is an immediate change-up I was not expecting on Miramar. Especially, again, it's Miramar. It's supposed to be quiet, relaxing, peaceful.
But every time we have this early action happening, right, all I hear in my head is that lovely voiceover that goes, it was at this moment they realized. Right? And you can complete the rest in your own, by yourself, because I can't say that.
Yeah,
but
I can't say those words.
Yes. I'll just leave it at that part. But that's everything that I hear happening just there. But look at Seoul Esports even, right? They heard the altercation happening up ahead. They saw what was happening, quite a bit of, carnage coming through on the feed there. But now they're also rushing to see if they can maybe try and capitalize on a little bit of that third-party action. Even though the zone's right behind them, they don't have to move too far, right? So that's why we kind of seeing the players here from Seoul just keeping a very watchful eye. And of course, look at that. The shots now coming through, doing exactly what we said they're going to be doing. And that is going to be Lashin to get knocked right on down. So again, good utilization of the information available to the teams.
Yeah, no, this is looking like a much more active showing of a lot of the teams. Unfortunately, Legends of War down to only 2 members still left alive and kicking, running the Legends of War flag around Miramar. Seoul Esports now, of course, making a dash into some sort of compounds, but they still need to keep on moving, as we know, still trying to get themselves into the zone, as well as the Legends of War. Quite a few teams have to join them, so YC going to be that scout for Seoul Esports, seeing if they can close the gap, and then just bit by bit, hopefully they can get themselves past Legends of War, moving into that zone. Of course, we know there's a few more stragglers in the other teams. It's one round, Titans, Darkness, joining these 2 teams that still have to find their entryway.
Yeah, it's a struggle party, right? That's what we have. But that's kind of the norm over on Miramar, right? But I'm loving the aggression already off the bat. The team stepping up, not wasting any opportunity, just jumping at the, at the chance to line up a few of those eliminations. And we even see the players now from Desert Flame pulling right up and alongside the players there from Slime 4KT. So that also means that there could be even more of a continuation of the action as we jump over on towards Koa and Plaza here. You can see them just trying to hold on to the angles, but look at that position, right? Desert Flame situated on that extra bit of elevation, and that opens up a beautiful vantage point for them now.
Oh, but we can take a look at this now. So we do have Desert Flame and Slime 4KT in this beautiful image, as we can see. And we know that Slime 4KT for a while were, I don't want to say bullying, but essentially constantly bullying Desert Flame Esports as we move in, especially on Miramar games. They kept finding one another, just taking very similar rotation paths. And once again, a similar issue happens here. But what I do like about Slime 4KT and their current setup is they're not all put under pressure, right? They're running that 2-2 split. They have that escapability. They have that opportunity to come back with a flanking, move if they need to, and if anything should happen to them. So Desert Flame can apply all the pressure that they want. I don't think they should be making the connection anytime soon. Rest of the teams, however, that we keep talking about making connections. That center part of the zone, just alongside Desert Flame, obviously is joined by 1 million, who are up in the high rise, taking some beautiful aims and shots at quite a few teams trying to rotate on in.
Yeah, when I said I wanted teams to rise to the occasion, I didn't really
This
mean
is a
this.
bit much. Yeah,
Yes, this taking it a little bit literal, but you know what? I'm fine with it. It's okay. It plays into my super lame jokes, but you know, whatever, right? It is going to be Lazy Boy and 1 million trying to capitalize on their own positioning here. And again, that vantage point really working out super favorably for them. I mean, Titans, of course, no surprise to see them situated all the way down to that far southern position. Again, sticking to their 2-2 split while they now start to rotate on forward. But Teague and P6 having a little bit of those health bars getting reduced as the blue zone is going to be eating away at them. But the rotational pathway for them forward in towards the zone is going to be super relaxing all the way until they get up to about La Dralera, Monte Nuevo, as we can see that passage just lying right in front of them. But we are still to see the rest of the teams over on that eastern side also now find a good footing moving into zone.
Yeah, Myths, of course, having to be one of the first teams to actually do so, or at least attempt to do so. Darkness, Legends of War, they are speeding to try and catch up alongside these teams on the eastern parts. But now that zone shift a little bit more towards the west is going to mean they are really going to have their work cut out for them, as all of the teams are trying to just at least migrate to that center point of the zone. Again, the south quite open, so Titans not going to have any initial battles getting into the zone anytime soon, but the rest of the teams, they just need to manage those health bars, as we can see Darkness doing here, and get themselves into safety, hopefully, as soon as they possibly can. But I do like the position that Virtual Gaming find themselves in, especially now with the shift that we brought with that zone there towards Monte Nuevo. They're well situated. They have a lot of space to work with and a lot of time at this moment just to keep their wits about them and hopefully to manage all of the teams moving in.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Monte Nuevo. It allows the teams to it's not as crowded as we have right here in Los Leones, but you know, there's still a few buildings and compounds that the teams can look to pull into. Of course, now speaking of pulling into, Mowing really putting a lot of effort in that vehicle, so much so that they start flinging themselves out of it. It's a little bit unfortunate, but it's going to be a little bit of a risky position as well, because we have Myth right there alongside them. Looking at Tornado's passage here, it's going to be smooth sailing forward as well, right? They do have Phoenix position just up ahead, but it's not going to be too much of a disruption. Instead, looking over towards Pozo, it's an entirely different situation.
Yeah, Mowing is just tired of the petrol prices. That's all. They thought they could make some more distance by just shooting themselves out of the vehicle. Didn't quite work out the way that they were thinking. It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
But Legends of War, they're still up to 2. So Mowing should still be probably limping around somewhere. But they're alive. They're okay. They're okay.
For now.
For now. Of course, the next part of the zone is going to get absolutely crazy. Already Titans finding themselves quite close and contentious here with Lag, who are obviously still very split up. They were still making their approach into center zone. This is pretty much very close to where they've landed, so no surprise to see that they are quite isolated in terms of the individuals. They just need to hopefully regroup, because taking any sort of 1-on-3, 1-on-2 action here with Titans is not going to result in what they're looking for.
Oh yes, it's definitely going to be much less than favorable. But, once you see the Titan logo creeping on forward, it's almost like a shark starting to pull into the shallow water, right? Already we can see Gaga getting knocked on down. And this could be that opportunity now for Titans to show the aggression that they've been showing this entire event, right? Really just rushing forward and trying to bring in that overpowering performance. But let's see whether or not Lag is going to have any answer to that, because Puncher rather out in the distance there. A little bit of a spray down, but fortunately for Puncher, it's going to be that vehicle to bring in that extra little bit of cover just so they can survive and allow the rest of the team now to move into position, as we see Teak now rushing across the hill. And it's now down to the final 2 contenders left for the side of Lag.
Ooh, again, this is what I was talking about. You don't want to take these fights at Titans, all right? They literally have 22 points of eliminations in one single day, and that is majority of the points that they picked up. That's all they had to do, really. Now, of course, Gaga cooking up a nice little bit of a nade into the face of Axa, who immediately gets knocked on down. So there's some sort of a retort here, but again, it's Gaga to do everything here for Lag Esports, and there is the shot from Puncher. So Fantasy now very far out and has to just watch what's going to happen here and how they might I don't even know. I don't think that they can really go for that res onto A9Q.
It's going to be a little bit of a challenging play, especially with Teak and P6 now pushing up right to alongside them. I mean, we do see that knock still over on towards Axis, so I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge. Not quite sure whether or not that's going to be on the cards for Fantasy. Instead, ideally for Fantasy, we'd much rather prefer Fantasy maybe moving towards Zone, but it's going to be too late now as Titans step up and claim a squad wipe right then and there. So 2 teams down already. It's going to be Blackjack and Lag. And now the final 14 teams are yet to reposition themselves into this next phase.
Thank you. Come again. We'll see you next time. Lag Esports gets sent back into the lobby. Meanwhile, of course, we did get that confirmation earlier on with Blackjack as well. So we are down to our 14 teams still alive and kicking, looking for whatever points they really can possibly get, including Wave Esports now. Just peeking on out, seeing what leaders are planning in this next level and in this next rotation. One round, of course, moving on in position, in zone. They're pretty comfortable. They have this ridgeline to work with for the time being. Obviously, just having to keep their heads on a swivel as Seoul Esports is moving in on this territory as well. And Myth is a danger to consider moving into what the next phase is going to look like. As you can see, they're just entering here just towards the southern portion of Picado. So yeah, this is going to be a very fun northern portion of the zone for these teams.
Yeah, but speaking about the north, I'm quite interested to see what's going to happen on that southern edge, right? Darkness, Seoul Esports pretty much have that entire region to themselves, with the addition of Myth now potentially rotating in that same direction. But yes, up north, super congested. As you can see, Slime now trying to find a more ideal approach to take. And Arab Golden also going to be pulling up alongside the place here from 1 million. But Ilias and Wiz not having the easiest time. I mean, this buggy, it's going to take some time to get up that hill. That is going to provide a great opportunity instead for 1 million to maybe find that trade, as they do exactly that. It is going to be Wiz to get taken right on down. Now, Ilias deciding whether or not they want to push further. No, instead, they are going to be trying to maybe pull a little bit further down the hillside.
Yeah, I mean, you get that word. If you just push with that vehicle, well, exactly, this is going to happen. Venom hot on the trigger. Now, 2 here from Arab Golden are going to be down and out as they make their rotation in. And unfortunately, the 2-2 split that 1 million have, it is just the perfect pincer. And bad. I don't know how you survived that, but coming through here with the leads and the shots will connect. So down to only 1 here from Arab Golden. Angelo now having to just hightail it on out of here.
I mean, what a beautiful positioning this is being played out by 1 million, right? 2 players up high, 2 players down below. The 2 on the high ground just funneling the players towards them. And it's then up to Marshall and Senke to just, take that with open arms and just lock in those points. But again, a lot of pressure now coming on towards Angelo. As we can see, Desert Flame also moving into position. Up comes the spray, and there's going to be D-Was to make very quick work of that. And with it, it's going to be the end of the road for Arab Golden. But 1 million, Desert Flame, they could be pulling closer and closer towards each other, with the addition of Mad Knight also just holding slightly over to the eastern side.
Ooh, opportunities leaders. Morteza finding Mohar there from 1 round. So looks like those 2 teams have finally found one another. Desert Flame, of course, also have found 1 million Esports now moving on closer. Potentially just, taking note of what they can and can't do here. Because all of this will happen outside of the zone, as it has shifted a little bit more towards the southern portion, really favoring Titans and leaders. But here we go. The shots are going to rain on through, and Desert Flame, well, looks like they're investing in this.
Well, it does look like they're investing, but it is quite the costly investment, as we can see. Senke, just quick on the trigger there, finds a beautiful spray. D-Was also then falls, and now all the hope and pressure now turns over to Flacco and Buden. But Buden trying to patch up that health bar a little bit before starting that push. D-Was could still relay quite a bit of information, but Mad Knight also going to be hanging around in the vicinity, hearing all the shots being fired up ahead. D-Was now about to get ended. That is going to be Buden also following suit. And now Flacco having to make the call. Are they going to try and push forward, or are they going to look for a little bit of an additional rotation?
And unfortunately, their vehicles have been stolen as well. So Flacco really does not have a lot of options here. Meanwhile, 1 million now picking up those vehicles, saying thank you very much, are going to make a hightail movement into the zone because they picked up great eliminations. Now they want to just focus on that survivability. You can see Buda now going out with the play zone. And Flacco, not sure what they're going to be doing in this situation. Of course, Mad Knight, Just hearing all of the shots happening. A little bit split up, as you can see that 1-3 split coming on through, but they should be able to get themselves situated within the zone, at least shortly. It's just going to be about what Marshall can do in this situation.
Yeah, ooh, as we can see, the shots are coming through here from Marshall. Definitely going to be trying to pick up those sprays, but in turn gets taken right on down as the hits come in. Mad Knight also then getting eliminated by the Wave, really dealing some devastating blows, not only to Mad Knight, but also to Marshall. Looking at the distribution of teams right north, it's starting to lighten up a little bit, right? There's a little bit more of a space coming through between these teams. But again, that is going to put so much effort, so much pressure on these teams that are yet to push on forward. But I mean, looking at Wave, they don't seem to be too phased.
No, they're sitting pretty. They're relaxing. You know, they're just on the outskirts of the zone, and they should be able to make a quick jump in. Of course, Darkness now. Next team hot on the plates. We've got Zala also holding the line alongside Iron here, trying to keep Darkness's name alive. As we know, they have been trying to push for a better performance, a better showing of what we know they're capable of, and this is going to be the test. The Seoul Esports move in for the kill.
Oh, I think I'm rushing straight on forward. The DBS now swinging all over the place. Hemo patiently waiting with the S12K, but up comes the hit snows. There's not going to be any need for that DBS just yet. Hemo locks it in, and with that, it is going to be the end of the road as the eliminations are confirmed, and Darkness gets sent packing.
Unfortunate, but it is the numbers. It's a 2v4 situation. Again, the numbers just aren't in your favor. You're on that back foot, and then immediately that push comes on through. Slimeful KT, in the meanwhile, this could be why Wave Esports weren't so, stressed. I mean, they're just taking name after name after name, and unfortunately, all of those names are coming through from the Slimeful KT camp. So, at this point in time, Wave Esports picking up 3 and maybe even picking up leaders. They are looking so confident.
Yeah, Wave, they just punching tickets all over the place, right? They like like the ticket guy on the train.
The train
like,
conductor.
Yes, there we go. The ticket guy. But whatever, right? I mean, a really good approach coming through here from Wave. They look so comfortable, so confident as they are moving forward. We did see a really good performance coming through from them just yesterday, but already what they're showing here looks to be a vast improvement of what we've had so far. But let's see where this is, in fact, going to be leading towards, right? Zachary and the rest of the team now just trying to patch up those health bars before resituating themselves back in towards the zone. But it is going to be Virtual Gaming on the ready to welcome them in.
Oh, a couple of shots being flown on through. Desert Flame, in the meanwhile, being confirmed out. And we see quite a few more names there on that elimination feed. And it's not going to stop anytime soon. Wave Esports still yet to fight themselves into a good position in this next zone. 1 round leaders. You can take a pick. There's a lot of teams that are standing in their way. They might have to opt for a little bit of a later rotation, maybe taking a longer one as well. But we'll see how that's going to work out. And meanwhile, Mowing, sending a nade straight to Hemo's face.
Oh, that's what we love to see. I mean, Mowing definitely being quite a formidable force, right? We've been seeing Mowing, dealing devastation after devastation, and with those nades continuing to rain on down, it is looking like it's on the cards for them. But of course, now a beautiful assist coming through here from Powerboy, trying to see if they can maybe patch up that whole situation. But the pressure is still going to continue to ride on through. Meanwhile, Wave will get sent packing as well. What is happening? The tables are just continuously turning. Leaders now also down to only 1. It is going to be Carry Boy looking to find a little bit of a safe haven. But 1 round, they've got a sniff, right? They want to try and push this as hard as they possibly can.
Oh, PLZ just getting absolutely blown back into the lobby. But thankfully for them, they still have a few teammates just to carry on the name of leaders. Moving on into this one, Knights. So 1 round here, they have an interesting position to now navigate because they still need to move on into this this altercation with the rest of the teams, and we'll have to wait and see how that zone is going to shift. Virtual Gaming, in the meanwhile, we mentioned this earlier, they had a fantastic position here towards Monte Nuevo. They set themselves up nice and early, and now they're going to be gifted a little bit of that zone bliss. At least half of those compounds will still be in zone, will still be in play, and they can hold control of them.
Yeah, I mean, Virtual Gaming definitely being right on the money with that position. I mean, even though 1 million has got a little bit more of a secured angle with regards to their positioning within the zone, it's not going to be the easiest play. And even looking at Titans, they still have quite a bit of ground to cover to get that foothold kind of secured, right? P6 already on the front line there, but that's going to open up a lot of opportunities now for Virtual Gaming to try and capitalize upon. But we're yet to see what 1 round and Soul is going to be doing, right? We still have them perched up high, still trying to find that pathway back in towards the zone.
And for Seoul Esports here, I mean, they've already picked up those 7 eliminations. It's leaders now, or at least Carry Boy, that needs to pick up something here against the entirety of one round. And it's going to be just a tad too much as leaders get sent back into the lobby. But we've got our final top 5 teams on this first Miramar of the day. And so far, it's Titans and Virtual Gaming that lead the pack with the numbers.
Yeah, Chico with a very cheeky play right there. But still, we are yet to see what Omar and Rauf has in store for us. As we can see them trying to move in from that eastern side. But one round, trying to capitalize on this elevation as best they can. I mean, a really, really beautiful position that they are holding indeed. One round, or 1 million rather. On the other hand, they're just going to try and keep it nice and quiet. Just hide in the crevices there, waiting for those opportunities to present themselves. But Titan now getting picked off as Chico and the rest of the players here from one round just look to capitalize on some beautiful angles here. Puncher very exposed, nowhere really to hide. The shots connecting up, and it's just a matter of time before Chico finds that next spray to lock in the confirmation.
Oh, Titan's just getting absolutely mowed on down. Punches still, or P6 at least, still alive. At least for the time being. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to translate moving into this next phase as the teams all are rallying up to try and give themselves as many spaces, as many opportunities as possible. Of course, anyone and everyone looking for that first winner chicken dinner of this week. Punches somehow still alive, but just that 1 pixel. That's all that Chico needs.
Yep, definitely that is all Chico needs. And with that 8 scope and the Mini 14, right? Chico really having a beautiful setup there. That's not going to take a lot of effort. But, you know, Puncher is not going to shy away from any opportunity here. Instead, Puncher also trying to line up those sites. But Seoul Esports just keeping it nice and steady, cool and quiet. Oh, but that isn't our Puncher, getting slightly exposed. You do see at least P6 also holding up that frontline angle, but the shots connect on through, and it's going to be Chico succeeding in finding the knock onto Puncher. Now, all the pressure is going to be turning right down on towards P6. You can see situated up in that little shack. Ooh, almost getting spotted out right there. But let's see where the zone now goes as it moves right towards 1 round and 1 million. And again, a lot of that one-on-one action about to come through.
Oh, so much work that these teams have to put in if they want a chance at taking that winner chicken dinner. Of course, we can see Virtual Gaming also repositioning, trying to get a bit of lay of the land, hopefully a little bit more information. As one shot just spots out a few cars, they spot out that someone is lurking in about, sending out a nade as a welcoming package, waiting for that connection, but in the meanwhile, taking so much damage.
Well, there we go, right? It's going to be 1 round to capitalize on the nades and the destruction happening down below. Lazy Boy now on the defensive, trying to keep 1 million in this match as long as they can possibly manage. Trying to play now for those placement points. As you can see, 1 million already sitting on 6 eliminations, so a really good play for them so far. And of course, you know, those additional placement points can't do them any harm. Meanwhile, Puncher not going to be having the easiest run as they also then get eliminated. But now, Lazy Boy trying to keep up the defensive frontier. Up comes the utilities. Could that be the end? Oh, Lazy Boy not having many options and nowhere really to move towards.
Yeah, I mean, take a pick. Do you want to face off against Virtual Gaming or Seoul Esports? Alpha Luigi going to be the next up to send a nade, seeing if it will connect. Lazy Boy just trying to survive. But again, as you can see, literally no space to work with in this situation. It's like a 1-bedroom apartment that is just way too small for them.
Yeah, that's like a 1-vehicle seat. And I mean, there's no options then. With that is going to be E-Flex to spot out P6 and down go the Titan Gaming team. Now, down to the final 4 we are. It is still going to be Virtual Gaming holding on to a very favorable amount of players, right? Still having the entire squad alive and kicking, but not having the easiest position to play at. They do find the damage right on towards 1 million. Down they go with a great play. Now coming through here from 1 round as well. Also just perched on high. Looking to see if they can capitalize on the positioning here. It's going to be quite the fight, though. It's going to be Virtual trying to make that play. But Seoul Esports now using this opportunity to creep even closer.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to just take an opportunity in amidst the chaos to get their numbers back up and running, to make sure that both of their players, Amar and Rauf, are ready for this fight, because it's going to be extremely awkward with Virtual Gaming holding this low ground with the better numbers, and Chico and E-Flex from 1 round just having the prime positioning. They can pretty much just wait it out if it comes to it, just wait for that zone finish to, you know, do the work for them. But E-Flex is not willing to sit back. They want to get some eliminations here.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Eflex's picture there. I mean, that explains it all, right? They're like, yes, keep coming, feed me eliminations, I will take them all. And that's exactly what we see One Round doing right here, already sitting on 8 eliminations, right? The highest count out of our surviving teams. So Esports sitting on 7, so not too much of a disparity coming through there, but Chico is going to start to move a little bit further forward. They want to see if they can get themselves resituated back in towards the zone, and all the pressure is going to ride on the players here from Virtual Gaming, right? Even though they have this extra little bit of a ridge, they don't have a clear rotational pathway or clear line of sight to play at to get themselves repositioned. But Eflex, the determination is going to be real, as we can see them now just trying to lock down this position.
Oh, and Seoul Esports as well, just trying to send a couple of nades into the 1 round camp. Again, it is a very awkward stalemate here between these 3 teams. You know, as soon as they go for one team, they're opening themselves up to that third party. And that's basically true for any of these teams. Maybe Seoul Esports and Virtual Gaming can avoid each other just for the time being, but as that zone creeps on forward, it is going to force the issue. Who is going to be taking this winner chicken dinner? It's going to be up to the draw of the hat and who's going to be quicker with the trigger.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire all the way through. But 1 round sold down to 2, right? Virtual Gaming still managing to maintain that 4-player team. So let's see whether or not they're going to start to mount a super aggressive push. It's going to be a very risky angle to play at here. But 1 round trying to make a bit of a play here. It's going to be Knight now ducking out in the blue. Down they go as the blue zone damage is just so severe. Omar now trying to capitalize on that, hoping to lock in a free elimination right there. But it's not going to be on the cards, as Knight gets taken right on down. Rauf now trying to get ready for a little bit of the action. Eflex, also the final contender left for their team. Up comes the Mollies. Oh, and this is where the numbers advantage is not going to work in their favor, but it's going to be one shot to find Eflex. No, it's going to be a 2v4 push. Up comes the rush, and Virtual Gaming close it out, locking in that winner chicken dinner with 5 eliminations to their name.
Hey, Zeus with the double spray down to close it on out here for Virtual Gaming. They'll pick up their third winner chicken dinner of this week alone. So
Wow.
Virtual Gaming, they've already stepped it up in a massive way compared to the previous weeks. And again, we keep saying it's good to see them doing that because they were our previous PMPL Africa Spring champions. So moving on in, great performance from them, but also just a good showing from a lot of the teams. I mean, Seoul Esports, they were up there with 1 round, and even Titans at one point in time picking up some great eliminations. And you know, we know that Seoul Esports, they know what they need to do. They've got what it takes.
Yeah, they definitely do have exactly that. But of course, now let's take a look at our match ranking to see how many points the teams were able to secure. It is going to be a little bit of a scarce play with regards to eliminations, right? No one hitting those double digits, but the points so contentious. We can see 20 points awarded there to Virtual Gaming and Seoul Esports, with 1 round Titan Gaming and 1 million being hard on their heels, right? 18, 15, and 19. But as we move down, still a very aggressive showing coming through from Leaders Esports Wave as well as Legends of War, with the points being quite reflective of that, right? Looking at the eliminations, unfortunately, the placement points not working out too favorably for them.
Yeah, it is bizarre to not see those double-digit eliminations, as you mentioned, but it's good to see that there's a wider spread. Again, we keep talking about the balanced approach that these teams are bringing in, and these match rankings are just going to further that point. I mean, the fact is that we're not seeing, again, one team running away from the rest, and that goes to bode a lot of good things for the finals as we move into next week, of course, because that means we're going to have a very competitive last couple of games. But speaking about this one, Myth, Slime 4KT, Desert Flame, a few others, Darkness and Blackjack included, are going to be able to pick up at least a point here and there. Unfortunately, there will be a few teams that didn't quite get the performances they were looking for, but again, if you were looking for Miramar to be your saving grace today, you're in luck. We still have 2 left for the day, alongside that Sanhok and Erangel, so still plenty of opportunities for these teams to really bring their best foot forward.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of opportunities still for these teams to step up and shine. But, you know, it's interesting to see what the second page looks like based on the absolute insane performance that we had coming through on that very first page. So it's quite the opposite, right? I mean, looking at the eliminations, it's much lower in comparison. But that just shows to you the level of focus that the teams are stepping out onto the battlefield with, right? They know that they need to bring in that effort and take any and every opportunity they can find. If something moves, it's probably an opportunity for elimination, and that's what we see the teams acting at, right? Really just starting to hit it home. And it's not only just the team from Titan Gaming that are showing that super aggression. There's so many more teams just rising to the occasion and showing that they too can replicate those performances.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see because I personally, I don't like one-sided esports in any title, in any shape or form. So to see these teams still fighting tooth and nail, moving into the last week, as we know, it's a very spread out, game that they have to play. It's a lot of games. It's a lot of days of play. It's a lot of hours that they're putting into the game. So to see them still have that energy and that momentum to bring forward such a fantastic level of performance just goes to show what level of absolute fantastic esports athletes they actually are, to be able to still put on that performance and bring us some great entertainment. But first Miramar of the day, definitely not disappointing in any shape or form.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, right, we are 12 days deep into this into the season. So, I mean, the team's already performing so exceptionally beautiful over the previous weeks, and they are yet in a position where they can continue to surprise us as they step out and just meet all the challenges that they are presented. But of course, that was only our very first match of the day. We still have 4 more to go. So excited to see what's going to happen as we move over into a little bit of that Sanhok action. As we know, right, it's going to be time for a little bit of close quarter action, right? Moving from the vast desert right into the luscious jungles over on Sanhok. But it's also going to be the opportunity for the teams in Group E to have their first swing at the action here today.
Yeah, to surprise us of what they have been planning. And of course, we know for some of the teams, the games mean a lot more for them than for others. There's a lot more pressure for them to bring that performance. But I mean, for teams like Super Young Stars, who are joining us from Group E for Triple Esports, VSC Gaming, and Zero Tolerance, they are some of the teams that find themselves, at least at the beginning of yesterday, in those top 16 placements on the overall standings. But again, it's not going to be good enough because we know these teams are just going to be pushing it all the way till the end. But of course, we need to take a little bit of a break just to, process what we saw on Miramar and get ready for that Sanhok action. So we'll be right back after a short break.
As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't go back. I won't go back. I won't go back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one.
Hello and welcome back to day 2, aka day 12 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, a really exciting match coming through in our very first game of the day over on towards Miramar. But now we're getting ready to move into a little bit of that jungle action to see what the team's going to be bringing through. But let's take a look at the overall rankings before we get too far into that jungle. As we can see, the players there from Virtual Gaming sitting with their 3 winner chicken dinners right up in pole position on 89 points. And of course, followed closely by the players there from 1 million. But then there's a little bit of a breakaway coming through, right? Arab Golden Leaders Esports, of course, tied on 48 with Titan Gaming right there behind them on 44. Followed very, very closely by Seoul Esports and One Round as well as VST.
Yeah, so virtual gaming, they're slowly but surely trying to break away from the pack, give themselves as much room as possible. And between them and 1 million, we do start to see a slight gap forming. But again, it is still doable within a game, maybe even in a day of play, depending on how much they're going to be pushing it. So as you take a look at that second page, we do see that it is still so close and contentious. There's a Flame leading the pack on this side of things with Myth, Slime 4KT, and Mad Knight very close behind. And as we mentioned, those teams coming through from Group E, like Zero Tolerance and alike, will be able to really debut their skills moving into Sanhok. And of course, we know there is those 4 teams right on the end of the overall rankings that are still going to be trying their damnedest. You know, they want to bring as much as they possibly can moving into Sanhok.
Yeah, definitely a great opportunity to hit the ground running. Of course, as we move into our last page, we get to see what the point situation is, right? We are yet to see Super Young Stars, but they are going to be joining us right now as we move over in towards Sanhok. So TEAMLAG, Darkness, Legends of War, slowly starting to increase those points, right? We'd like to see a little bit more of aggressive push, but, you know, there's still quite a few more games to come, and we can see where the teams are going to be ending up after another additional games coming through. But, of course, it is going to be that opportunity for us now to see what the teams have in store, right? To see what Super Young Stars, Triple Esports, VSC Gaming, and Zero Tolerance will have for us as we jump right on the plane. And we are coming in from the northern side, the lovely cow down below. We got the lovely Paradise Resort also just there alongside Bootcamp. It feels like I'm a bit of a tour bus guide.
Yeah, like you're the pilot of the plane. So DK, what can we look out for on this lovely Sanhok?
A lot of action, right? Maybe a little bit of that snake until you make an action, right? We'll have to see what the teams have in store. But as we can see, Arab Golden Leaders Esports, they're going to be participating in this match. So they're going to have to hope that Titan, Soul Esports, or potentially even the players there from VST, right, have a little bit less than favorable run. But it's still going to be that opportunity for a team like Wave that we saw starting to kick up a bit of a storm as they move through the proceedings to really rise to the occasion and capitalize on this play.
And again, we have a northern zone shift. So, I mean, yeah, this is quite interesting. Trifecta is still going to be involved, but we're really going to be focusing on that Paradise Island, Paradise position, that Mok, maybe even a little bit of that bootcamp action that might still be up for play. And of course, you know, that northwestern island. So, very interesting shift that these teams are going to have to work with. But of course, we know that will only really apply some pressure later on. Good to see a few of the teams already just on the boots, getting some good spread, moving on in. And what's nice about Sanhok again is because it's such a smaller map, the teams do they run for that loot, right? They want to get themselves set up as quickly as they possibly can. So we do generally see like a very spread out approach. Looks like the Skittles pack that you keep mentioning. You know, we just threw it on the map. Well, you started it. You started it. I just keep referencing it because I like it.
It was Smarties, but whatever. It's okay. It's okay. It's there. We've got a beautiful distribution of teams all over the place. We do see Wave and Myth starting to explore their options a little bit, with Soul also adopting a very similar kind of play as we now jump straight in towards Broly and D3S. I mean, yesterday we did see a lot of that DBS action come through. Here's Broly also then with a DBS. It's like they knew what I was about to say, right? They read my mind. And D3S now trying to just regroup and get back to Zakaria on that opposite end. You know, to have the safety in numbers. But Brody looking so excited, just jumping for joy, right? They've got this entire compound to move on through. But again, I'm curious to see what the teams are going to bring through with regards to those rotations, right? And also, Darkness holding on towards Paradise. It's a little bit of a change to what we had just yesterday, right? We did see a very contentious position being held in Bootcamp yesterday, but for today, our only Sanhok, Bootcamp is going to be quite open.
Yeah, so Darkness is holding that. Legends of War obviously teetering just on the outskirts. They're not making an investment moving on into that. We do have one of the members of Legends of War at least getting close, maybe just you know, sussing things out, seeing what's happening, but not an immediate engagement. I mean, even Gaddafi from Virtual Gaming with the rest of Virtual Gaming there towards Paradise is just close to Bootcamp, you know, keeping an eye out, seeing if they could make that their next rotation, but they probably likely won't be jumping into that action just yet. So hopefully Darkness takes his time, sets themselves up, and surprises us a little bit later on. The rest of the teams, of course, moving on in. It is looking like a very good rotation from a lot of the teams. We're not seeing those immediate clashes as they try and find themselves center of that zone. Super Young Stars are really running that 2-2 split, and it's good to see that, you know, we're already seeing the teams again just trying to play it as strategic as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, right? Getting that strategy to work out the way that you've intended it to be. But you know, there's still going to be quite a few opportunities for these teams to really apply their efforts. And looking over in towards Paradise, there's going to be players here from Virtual Gaming Squad, right? Holding on, just moving about. But I'm liking the fact that Gaddafi, as you mentioned before, already starting to just scout things out a little bit, starting to move up ahead, seeing what's cooking. And I think that's a good amount of awareness being shown here by Virtual Gaming. But they are going to be put to the test, especially seeing that Paradise is very centered up in towards this phase. I'm expecting a lot of pressure and a lot of focus to be put towards this region.
Yeah, definitely. It seems looking for some of that hard cover, trying to get themselves some space to work in, maybe just settle down and wait for those rotations to move on through, you know, pick up some great eliminations. Who knows? A lot of opportunities for some of these teams to bring on Sanhok. It can get pretty stacked, especially with the slight pot drops we had on Miramar. I'm expecting some of the teams to really bring the action, which is also something I wanted to point up. I mean, we've had such beautiful showings of individuals, you know, either with DBSs or S12s. You know, there was an S12 once, but mostly DBSs. Either way, the individuals have been bringing the action, which is so good to see. I mean, these 1v almost 3 clutches, 1v almost 4 clutches, it's ridiculous.
Oh yes, but that's largely thanks to the beautiful utilization of the shotties, right? As you said, DBS, S12Ks. I mean, that's definitely a change up that we've seen coming through in the meta, right? We used to have the teams really rocking it out with the UMP M4 kind of setup, pushing on forward, and we still see that. I mean, Zakaria doing exactly that, right? UMP M4, there we go. So the same can be said right here for Hemo as well. I mean, you know, same. Everything is right there. But we are seeing that that addition of the shotties now really starting to benefit the teams. But we're not really seeing too much from, you know, the new additions coming through. We haven't seen that the AMR really being utilized all too much. Not quite sure if it's maybe just not in those loot crates. It is quite a difficult weapon to get a hold of, but I'm really loving the approach that the teams are taking here. Even mowing rather, coming in with that double UMP setup, and of course Lashin now reaching across with a beautiful M4. But again, also rocking a DBS.
Oh, and now this is going to be a little bit fun here for Super Young Stars. So an immediate confirmation means they're down to their 3. And yeah, looking at the position they hold themselves in the end zone, they have some time to work with here and maybe reposition, shuffle things around to see if they want to jump in here with the side here of Legends of War. But for the time being, looks like they will back out. It does seem like we do have a bit of a change up here with Super Young Stars and their lineup, actually. Winky back on the roster, so maybe we might see a bit of a change up in their performances today. We'll have to wait and see. But of course, that zone shift is going to move on through, and yeah, centers up quite nicely. At least we don't have so much water involved. We still have quite a big portion there with that river going through closer to Trifecta. But the teams, they have a lot of options. And once again, our focus is Boot Camp and Paradise in the center of the zone.
Yeah, a little bit of that BP action, right? That's where we want to see the teams really starting to play now hot drops of old. But for the time being, it's going to be the place here from EST. Just creeping into the edge of zone. We've got the lovely Legends of War positioned up ahead. Curious to see where this is going to be going. Flick almost getting spotted out right there by Fivo. Again, right, the team's moving up so cautiously. Flick now not going to be waiting around. Instead, jumps at the opportunity as Leno and the rest of the players here from VSC come pushing on forward. It is Zuxi on the front line. It's the Boot keeping that slight off angle. But still, a little bit of safety being held there, right? I'm loving these approaches that both Legends of War and VST are taking. Merwing going to be a little bit bold there, right? Comes rushing straight on forward with the vehicle, maybe hoping to pick up a bit of a trade.
Oh, jumping on into this one. Zuxi, no stranger to pulling up these crazy, crazy performances, but Flick has been so good on their own. We saw that happening there on Miramar, actually taking 2 to 3 down there from Blackjack Esports, and now looking to do the same here with VST, and this time they've got the backup. Legends of War now already taken 1, looking for a little bit more. And I'm so impressed with Legends of War and just the ferocity that they've been bringing into their games. They're so good with these eliminations.
Yeah, really, really looking super proficient. But again, right now, a lot of focus being put on this. And this is the beauty of Sanhok. Even though these two teams are quite involved in this altercation, we are seeing the players there from Seoul Esports also now starting to creep up quite slowly from that western side. And that could be throwing quite a few things in the works here, right? But at the same time, it's also then drawing a little bit of attention from the eastern side, where we can see Kakao and Co moving up as well. Super Young Stars also positioned just up ahead. So there's actually 5 teams in the vicinity right here, all waiting for that opportunity to strike down.
Oh, it could be the change-up that some of these teams really do need. As well, Esports, of course, they would be happy to get some of that revenge on towards Legends of War here. So they need to be a little bit careful as they make their rotation. But Legends of War, they seem to be keeping their hands on the trigger here. Mowing is going to spot them out. That information is going to get relayed. And now Legends of War, well, they need to work with this 2-2 split that they have going.
Well, let's see if this one is going to be on the book for them, though, right? I mean, a very, very challenging play, but YC also not getting spotted out as the shots continue to connect and up. And I suspect those shots are actually coming through from darkness, situated much closer on the opposite end of bootcamp. So, looking at the current positioning they find themselves in, I wouldn't be too surprised if that was the situation. But for the time being, also then, it is going to be TEAMLAG and the Super Young Stars continuing to push their own altercation. Fantasy keeping it slow and steady. Just a little bit of that Overwatch coming in. A9Q, meanwhile, and 1-9, as well as Kakao, could be looking to find a bit of an opportunity. But, I mean, Fantasy, super still in that spot.
Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one. So Lag Esports now taking up aim here towards Super Young Stars, and of course one going down. It is going to be up to Messi and Winky now to bring on the name of Super Young Stars back into fruition here. So let's take a look at how they are able to do so. The nades are going to be raining on in, and meanwhile Wave Esports moving into Seoul Esports territory, and again all of this happening within zone. So they have the time to, invest a little bit into this engagement, maybe pick up some eliminations. They just have to be wary about those rotating teams.
Yeah, and it's going to be super risky, right? We can see Soul and Wave close, really clumped up together with Myth now moving into their direction. Just a little bit further away, we can still see the players there from Legends of War and VST. We've got Triple on the approach. We've got the Super Young Stars and Lag all situated down on towards the southern side, right? So that is 8 teams in such close proximity. The rest of the lobby, they're like, you know what, it's fine. We'll enjoy the peace and tranquility we have. We'll move ourselves up into wood zone and leave the teams on the outskirts to kind of sort themselves out, right? So this is now going to be that opportunity for Wave to see if they can find that passageway forward. But D3S getting traded could spell a little bit of trouble now for the rest of the Wave team.
Oh, absolutely. Especially, as you mentioned, Myth, they're moving on into this territory. Yes, they're running a 1-3 setup, and they're doing it slowly. They're not jumping the gun necessarily, but the longer they spend here, the longer they're just wasting time trying to get themselves into zone, and maybe even give Myth the opportunity to jump on in. And as I say that, Broly, with a beautiful shot there towards Rhino, does mean that, well, Wave know what's happening. They are completely sandwiched.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of that lead sandwich coming through here. Rauf now, of course, going to be cooking up the nade. Will it reach all the way across? Oh, wave and response coming through there from Baruti, getting very close. But the Super Young Stars are going to be our very second team to fall alongside Blackjack. But now comes the push. Let's see whether or not Baruti will be able to keep up this defensive position here. Still trying to see if they can find any potential angles on towards Seoul. But I'm loving this approach coming through from Rauf, right? Really keeping Wave on their toes. And not going to be letting them find any clear line of sight just yet.
No, the nades are going to be sent on in. Bruti is up to 1 HP. Somehow, some way, they are still alive. But Rauf, just a moment of time, and there it is. That nade is going to come on through from Hemo, and the connection will be there. Now the rest of the Wave team, they're still up for contention here. Rauf, they need to get that information.
Yeah, out comes the rush now. They're going to be looking to capitalize on the knock. Oh, the utility's getting sent out. YC might be running right into that one, but it's going to be D3S to get traded on down as the DBS comes in. Oh, and it is the end of wave. The shots connect on through, and that is going to be Seoul Esports now sitting on 3 eliminations.
Again, we just said that DBS action moving on in with the nades are just such a deadly combination. And our one shot in particular is looking to do something similar, sending out a bit of a welcome package to Marshall's face, and it's going to be the perfect connection. Of course, one shot here is going to be joined by the rest of their squads, but they are looking to put such a beautiful start here into this contention with 1 million.
I mean, this is a very bold move being held here, or being played here by one shot. Of course, now that nade is going to be sent up. Will it connect? It's getting very close. Will it be on the money? Oh, finds the damage, but not sufficiently so. I mean, that doesn't stop them from just, doing it once again. The res does come through, as we can see Senke and Marshall now making a quick break back into the safety of the compounds. That is, of course, still going to be, allowing the rest of the virtual gaming team to improve their position and creep even closer.
Oh, why not, right? I mean, it's looking pretty tasty at this point in time. VST as well. My goodness, Legends of War, they have just jumped in with the spray down of a lifetime, almost immediately taking 2 down here from VST, keeping their heads on a swivel, as well as Lag Esports move on in to just join the third-party action. 1-9 up for the next block, and is going to get a bit of a shave thanks to Lashin.
Yeah, Lashin just, cracking helmets all over the place. But Fever also going to be holding on that very front line just behind them. So this could be a great opportunity now for a little bit of that third-party action to come through. VSC is still going to be trying to make that dash into zones. You can see it's a bird is going to be knocked on down. But now, right, with that zone moving even further on towards the southeastern side, that's going to be applying so much pressure, specifically on the team situated towards the southern edge. Yes, they don't have the craziest amount of distance to cover, but there's still so many teams here. A lot of pressure coming through, as we can see Fantasy also now falling, and it's now going to turn up to Cacao with the utility coming down, and it's going to be Flick to get traded on up.
Ooh, moving on into this one. TEAMLAG moving in with some beautiful nades. Flick just also trying to get those res moving on in. Hopefully we can get them standing back on up onto their feet. So, of course, Cacao setting up another molly as well. Their time is so numbered, and Lashin will be going down. So Legends of War, unfortunately, down to only 1 remaining member to have to carry the dreams and the hopes of the rest of the team. But it's not over for VST. It's not over for Lag. They still need to move themselves into that zone.
Yep, quite a bit of ground still left to cover, right? I mean, not the craziest amount, only 200 and a little bit of change. But we can see the players here from Seoul Esports also now on the approach. And this could be a very quick end coming through here for Fever now. Once Seoul spots them out, you can see Omar and everybody out in the blue zone now just trying to patch up those health bars. But up comes the opportunity. Could this be the play now for Seoul? Ooh, Fevo hears it, and down they go as Hemo strikes on down, spots out the play. And of course, puts VST to right back in the lobby. But now, down to the final 12 teams we are. We can see Zero Tolerance, Slime for GT also just held up ahead. But still got a lot of contention coming through, right? Titan's going to be looking to lock down that eastern side of the zone.
Oh, this could be an interesting one. Of course, we can see now they just need to take out Triple Esports, and then they've got this entire portion of the zone all to their lonesome. Kimbo, unfortunately, is already down. The rest of Triple, of course, trying to just get closer to try and back up their teammate. But here comes Teague jumping on into the action, taking 2 down. It is going to get traded, but still, it is all down to 7 Reef.
Teague on an absolute rampage. Now 7 Reef trying to keep the hopes and dreams alive. It's going to be trying to separate them somewhat from this current positioning. But again, Actor now going to be sending out those nades, looking for the opportunity. And this is where 7 Reef now just looks to find a good position to pull up in towards that race. Still maybe up for grabs, but there's going to be some pretty high stakes coming through. Actor not going to be waiting around. Instead, going to be looking to rush straight on forward. They want those eliminations already sitting on 5, looking to lock in that 6-1. And with the knocks coming through, that it could, of course, push them all the way up towards 9. But let's see how this is going to unfold. Yes, no surprise. It is the end of the road. And with that, Titans now sitting on 8 eliminations strong.
Oh, it's disgusting to just witness here, DK. I mean, they are just feeling so confident at this point in time. It's a good kind of disgusting, not a bad kind of disgusting, of course. Not great for the teams, but we'll see how this works. Okay, now Myth moving on in from the southern portion, but we first have to focus here on Lag and Soul Esports. Emma going down almost immediately, but Cow out in the blue has to get those meds up quite quickly, and not going to be the case. Lag will be sent back into the lobby.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate, but of course the KD for the blue zone just continues to rise, right? Seoul Esports also going to be falling. Well, at least few of their players are going to be falling to the side of Darkness. But Darkness also having a very troubling position, still having to get themselves out of that blue zone, catch up to the safe area. And they have to work their way through Slime, Fork AT, as well as the players coming through there from Virtual Gaming. But look at this now. Bronto and the rest of the crew going to be looking to just find those angles. Ghost now trying to push up. Will they be able to capitalize on these plays? Blaza, meanwhile, just going to be farming eliminations. But look at Ghost go, and down goes Gaddafi.
Oh my goodness, what is happening with all of these teams? Sanhok is just absolutely on fire. Now Slimeball KT, the next team up for potentially the chopping block. As you can see, the bullets just raining on in here from Zero Tolerance, making such a splash. And as we mentioned, isn't this their debut game? They are just on the rise.
Yeah, Zero Tolerance really looking to kick it out the door. Up they come, pushing on forward. It's going to be Slime getting eliminated. Zero Tolerance also now facing a little bit of a hurdle. Skydo getting traded. And down to 3 they go. Another few plays coming in. And that's going to be Vortex to fall next. Broly. Need to see if they can get in the swing of things, right? Still have Lord and Paradox up, but it is going to be a very difficult position. Down goes Momin. And now it's up to Broly and Ramsey to see if they can maybe push up and just clutch those eliminations. Zero Tolerance on an absolute rampage as well. But I'm loving the approach, the aggression being shown. Paradox doing a quick few push-ups just to limber up. Fortunately, they find that knock, that trade. But now, Lord having to push up as well. And could this be Zero Tolerance's play now? Looking to see if they can find any additional points.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. Virtual Gaming, at least Alpha Luigi is up close. Does have a good line of sight into this area as well. And now Titans, of course, they're still going to be a threat as they move into 1 million territory, finding Venom, which is the only 1 million player actually in the zone. Senke still out in the blue, trying to stay alive, as is for quite a few of these teams the case. Now we can see Team Myth holding a line, trying to get good information. Spots out Lord, just peeking around that angle, speaking around the tree, and just that connection, DK, could be it.
Yeah, it could definitely be it, but let's see whether or not this is going to work out in their favor, right? Still, Zero Tolerance trying to quickly patch themselves up before advancing forward. Myth now also facing quite a bit of a struggle, as you can see Paradox finding that angle right on towards Farok, but it's going to be Titans now looking to push on forward. You got Alpha Luigi right there alongside them. Zeus is going to be down out in the blue. And could this be the end of Virtual Gaming? And the Molly's now getting deployed as well. Oh, down goes Alpha Luigi. And with that, it is the end of Virtual Gaming squad. Now, 5 teams remain as the Carnage comes through. 1 round gets traded as well. Paradox down for the count. Up to Lord. Up comes Broly. DBS action about to surface once again. Oh, but so close. Axa actually sneaking that hit in. And with that, Zero Tolerance gets sent away. Down to the final 4 teams we go. But it's only going to be Myth and Titans fighting for control of the zone.
And are the only 2 teams that actually made the dash into safety. Titans still holding strong in the center of that new phase. So Puncher, yes, up close and personal here with Myth, but they can afford that. They've got the numbers to work with. They're sending out 1, seeing what they can find. The nades are going to raining on through. The mollies, everything is here. The damage and the pressure's on towards Myth.
Oof. Oh, sending up the full package. There we go. It's going to be Ramsey to get found out now. Moment, the final hopeful, about to get rushed. The flames just all over the place. But up comes Titan, locking it in. And now, the owner player standing between Titan Gaming and that winner chicken dinner is going to be Omar, who's now just trying to inch their way closer and closer to something, right? Trying to patch up that health bar. But once they slip, it's going to be the end. 1 mid after this, and that is going to be it right now. Let's see how long Omar is going to survive. Just signing off before accepting the inevitable fate. But Titan Gaming rising to 16 eliminations in this match alone.
Yeah, look, they were looking for a couple of placement points, They were a little bit low on that end, but they weren't low on eliminations yet. They took 16. So I'm going to say it. Titans, man. Why are you gonna
Yeah.
be so greedy? Why are you gonna take all those points? But it's okay. No, we love to see it. Titans, of course, bolstering their standings there on the overalls. But so far, it is looking like a very contentious week. We haven't really seen such a blow-away performance up until now. I think the highest we've been seeing is 13 that both VST and 1 million actually got for their winner chicken dinner yesterday. So Titans, they just had to one-up themselves.
Yeah, well, they definitely did one up themselves, of course, dropping a lovely 30 bomb right then and there. And I mean, this is what makes Titans such a formidable team, right? They are really showing up so aggressively and jumping at all the opportunities that they are presented with. But I gotta say, looking at the entirety of what we had happening over on Sanhok, right? It was such a contentious play. There was a lot of action. The teams continuously getting into those altercations. And no matter where you looked, it was just action, action, action. Especially, we had so much action coming through on that southwestern side, right? We had 8 teams situated very close to each other. And of course, we know how that one went. Because, well, I almost said because, but I was like, why is it because? Well, either way, right? We are going to be taking a very quick break while I regather my words. And we'll be back right after the break with even more breakdowns.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious when the player is aiming down sights. The markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, this is our second day in the final week of league play, and we just came back from Sanhok, in which we saw the players from Titan Gaming locking in yet another winner chicken dinner. As we know that they've already hit the double digits with those winner chicken dinners, but let's see how many points they were able to secure. We know that they walked away with an absolutely crazy amount of eliminations, that of course being 16, so that is 31 points in total, 15 points ahead of where we find the players there from Seoul Esports.
Oh, it is crazy. These teams are really just bringing in the action. Of course, I was incorrect. Virtual Gaming did top themselves. I think they picked up about a ridiculous amount yesterday, but it's fine. We'll do math later on. Looking at this now, Seoul Esports, the closest team to, well, Titan Gaming, but they pick up only 16 points, which is the exact amount the Titans picked up just in eliminations. So you know how the rest of the Sanhok game did go. Myth, Zero Tolerance, Darkness, Legends of War making an appearance on this side of things alongside 1 million Virtual Gaming. So we do see the teams at least picking up some good points to add on to their overall tallies, especially for this week. How much that is helping them on the overall standings, we need a better word for that. That is yet to be determined. As we take a look at the second page, of course, some of the teams, not the performances they were looking for.
On the grand total rankings, right? Let's go for that one. But either which way,
Yes.
moving into the second page, is going to be Slime 4KT and TEAMLAG sitting on 4 points apiece, with VST also matching them with eliminations, not finding any of those placement points, which then ultimately results in only 3. But of course, a whole bag of donuts being dealt out at the end there as well, right? Wave, Super Young Stars, and Blackjack getting sent back with a little bit less than favorable amount of points. But, you know, let's take a look at a few of the highlights from this past match.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting game. We kept seeing eliminations after eliminations, just absolutely phenomenal plays. And it obviously has to start with that DBS action from YC. So great showing here from these teams. And you can see Titans really, they stepped up early on. I mean, I still remember that double spray down that we saw from Teak, just jumping into Triple Esports and ensuring that they were going to get themselves taken out. But it just keeps on flowing. Titans just absolutely dominating Sanhok.
Yeah, they just keep on cooking up even more action as we progress through the games. But of course, speaking about progression, right, we are going to be moving right back over in towards Miramar, rather, once again to see what the teams have in store for us. This time around, it is going to be the players from Group C that are going to be sitting this one out. So, you know, quite a bit of action that could still come through. But of course, speaking about all the action, we need to give a big thank you, a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And aside from Monster, also a big thank you going out to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. Now, having said all of that, it only means we are that much closer to seeing what Miramar has in store for us as we get to jump into it once again. So what are you expecting to see with regards to a flight path this time around?
We've had a lot of northern zones, so maybe let's have a northern flight path, just to match the crazy energy that the game is bringing us today. So yeah, let's jump into the north. I'm gonna keep pushing for the north because I feel like we don't get to see it as much as we did in the previous weeks. This last couple of games on Miramar have just been south, 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 and more south. Even with the rehost in the mix, it was ridiculous.
Well, speaking about South, right, I'd also love to see a little bit of that Eastern zone coming through as well. But of course, right, we are not going to be building the suspense for far too long, as we are going to be jumping straight on in. It's going to be the flight path starting over on the eastern side, as we can see the lovely Impala just down below, making its way all the way across what seems to be, well, straight towards that western edge. Yes, there it is.
Oh, so maybe we might have swapped our ones here. You wanted an eastern zone, we're getting an eastern flight path. We might get I don't know, I wanted a northern flight path, and we might get a northern zone. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see what PUBG has in store for us. Of course, we know so Esports, Slime for KT, Legends of War, and of course TEAMLAG are not going to be participating as they are sitting themselves out as Group C. So these teams now, especially the likes of Super Young Stars in particular, have an opportunity to hopefully bolster themselves on those overall standings, as we know they are trying to close that gap, that small gap, but that gap is starting slowly but surely to grow. But I'm loving the fact that we're seeing so much potential from these teams. It's not like, again, if you take a look on the left hand side in terms of the top players, highest damage, etc., it is a good balance of teams.
Yeah, a much better distribution coming through here for them. But of course, we are going to be waiting in anticipation to see where this first initial zone is going to be taking us. Will it take that jump to the north? Will it go east? No, it
No,
goes
south.
south. Right, centers
Again.
up right onto Los Leones. But you know what? There ain't nothing wrong with that. A little bit of that, Los Leones action could be quite exciting. But as we know, that's not a given, right? It could move in any direction. And this is the zone that we had before the rehost. So now we get to see how this one actually plays out.
Yeah, very close to the flight path as well. It's almost, it's a little bit too close for comfort. But Blackjack Esports, they will be patting themselves on the back, sitting themselves in Los Leones. So they are center part of the zone, at least for this first phase. As you mentioned, it can shift any point in time, and we could be seeing a completely different finish. Rest of the teams, however, they're going to be venturing outside of the zone, looking to just go to their favorite spots, get themselves looted up. As we know, Miramar, quite a bit of a long distance game, so they do need to have some good travels. They need to have those vehicles in check, and they will be able to get those moving into their favorite opportunities here. So, but DK, question. Out of these potential places within the zone, which are some of the places that you would prefer for a final zone?
Ooh, close to Puerto. Between Puerto and Los Leones, that kind of spot.
We haven't had a Puerto finish in ever. Have we one for this PMPL Africa 4?
No,
I don't think we have. Like, we've had a lot of Los Leones. I think we
Yes.
had like 2 or 3 already on finishing on Los Leones. So we've seen what the teams can do there, but a Puerto finish, oh, that would be interesting. That would be
Yeah.
lovely. See a little bit of the water action,
Yeah, let's put that one on the books, right? Let's hope for a little bit of that Puerto action to come on through as the teams are going to be looking to move on forward. But again, right, a lot of opportunity still up for grabs for these teams looking to get themselves situated and positioned and, get everything cooking from that point moving forward. But there's still going to be a lot to kind of be seen as the teams continue to move about, right? As we are hoping to have the teams really stepping up and just playing out these really insane strategies.
That is the hope. We want the teams to really bring their best foot forward. Again, I keep pressing that, the bottom 4, what are they going to do? Because it's the last week. It's their last opportunity to get themselves into not only either the top 12 for a little bit of that Livic action, but also the top 16 on the grand total standings, as you've mentioned. So they really need to put their best foot forward. Otherwise, we don't get to see them in the finals. And it does suck that there has to be those teams that have to sit out, but they're competing to go forward. They're competing to go to the Middle East and Africa champs. They're competing on the grander scheme of things for a spot in PMGC, which, just to remind everyone, currently 1 million is leading that pack, so we're keeping an eye on them. But there's a lot that's at stake here, and the teams really need to push it, and that's the whole reason that they're here in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a really strong effort being brought in here by Titan Gaming, right? I mean, yes, we haven't seen the craziest push from them just yesterday, but in the previous 2 weeks, right, they've really been able to set up quite a bit of a score. So we know that, as you've mentioned, right, the teams are also then playing for that potential slot to be the team from this region to qualify for the PMGC section of things, right? As we know, there's also going to be a whole entire different kind of setup with, those qualifiers happening and all that. But the Africa region only has one slot. So it is going to be a very, very tough fight for these teams all to fight it out to see who will be that team to move on forward, right? So the point distribution from here is going to be the performances throughout this league play, these 3 weeks that we are working towards, and then combining their performance coming through into the finals as well. So there's so much at stake here, right? And then to add to that, we take the point tallies from the super weekends and the finals from the previous season, right? So there's a lot of points at stake here. So that's why we are seeing a few of these teams really putting in such an absolutely insane amount of effort, because they're trying to catch up to what, to those PMGC points.
And actually, that's a good point. That's why we could see teams that, yes, while they are comfortable currently for this season in terms of qualifying for the finals for this season, their performances in their previous season might not have been up to the scratch that they wanted to. So now when we take a look at those overall tallies, as you've just mentioned, from the previous season and this season for their qualification to PMGC, they're trying to close that gap. And last time I checked, it was 1 million at the top, with leaders in second place, quite a few points, away from 1 million's tally, because they were ridiculous in that previous season of PMPL Africa. So there's a lot of points that the teams are now trying to catch up. And even Titans, they have had a ridiculous performance in this season, but it's not necessarily the same into the previous. So they still have to push it if we want to look at that, aspect of things. So a lot at stake, which also just hopefully provides the viewers just some insight as to why some of the teams who might still be comfortable are still pushing as hard as they are at this point in the game, especially, we've had already 2 weeks. Some of them should be so well and comfortable in the overall rankings. Why are they still going for it? Well, there's a lot more at stake that's happening on behind the scenes. Over and above the bonus points, of course, because we want great bonus points moving into the finals. But of course, the zone looking absolutely beautiful so far. The teams have a lot of space to work with. We do have Zane here pretty close and personal here towards Darkness, doing a little bit of scouting action. So apart from those scouts in those 3-1 setups, the teams have some good space to work with for their rotations.
Yeah, definitely some good space to work with, at least for the time being. But we are seeing quite a few teams now starting to commit to rotations, looking to pull on forward. And it's going to be a slight bit of a mass migration coming through from that northern territory. But again, over on towards the western side, 1 million virtual gaming could start bumping heads anytime soon, with the added addition of Leaders Esports moving in alongside them, as we now look further towards that more northern edge, the northeast, if you want to be a little bit more precise, right? There's going to be the Super Young Stars pulling up pretty close to the players from Zero Tolerance. We have just a little bit further up ahead. We can't see them just yet, but they're there. They'll pop up on the map, on the screen, momentarily, if we keep on watching from this perspective. Maybe we could even see them if we were over on towards Messi's side. But either which way, Super Young Stars need to be careful as to how far they look to push on forward, right? Always have to keep that extra little bit of a wary eye around. As we can see, up comes the Paradox for this side. They have Zero Tolerance, and just pretty much on cue.
Oh, they're just listening to you, DK. It's like a little birdie just told them. DK is watching. We need to see some crazy action right now. Thank you, please, and thank you very much. Paradox, of course, going out. Mort already from Super Young Stars. We're seeing a little bit more of a better approach here, picking up a good elimination. Now they can hopefully just build on that foundation, carry that forward, and then we could have a very interesting storyline for them to bring back and close that gap in today's games.
Yeah, that could definitely be a potential play. But as we now see, that zone sticks to that eastern coastal line, still being somewhat inclusive of, the vast majority of Los Leones. But again, we see that convergence of teams coming through on the western side. It is still going to be the players from 1 million, its Leaders, its Virtual Gaming, all now trying to move up. We've got VST also in the mix, but just a little bit further up ahead, we can see Mad Knight, Myth, Blackjack, and this is where things are going to get super spicy because there's not a lot of space really looking at where they're moving towards, but it's going to come down to the teams already situated within the zone to now look to fortify their current positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. Try and set themselves up sooner rather than later. And hey, maybe they might get rewarded with a couple of free eliminations moving on into the next phase as the teams rotate through that path. Now, as we know, just to keep track of your previous statement, Puerto is still in contention. It's still involved in this next phase. So we just keep a very happy eye on that and see if anything will come from it. But of course, rotations are looking very interesting here towards the northwestern portion of that zone, especially with Myth, 1 million, and Mad Knight very close to one another as they try and make that rotation. We do have a few more teams towards the center, like Myth and Blackjack in particular, is quite set up very happily and just waiting for the rest of the teams to move on forward. Darkness, of course, joining Blackjack, and other than that, the stragglers still need to find their way in the zone.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about stragglers, I still want to see the players there from Super Young Stars. I want to see them now really hitting it quite hard in this game, right? As we know, they could definitely benefit off of a few additional points coming their way. So, you know, they're still sitting on single digits. We want to see them get well into those double digits. But of course, for the meantime, it is going to be 1 million sitting currently in second place. We can see up on the top of the screen there. Looking to make a play on towards the place here from Mad Knight. And Mad Knight, I'm loving the approach that they've been showing so far coming into this week, right? Really having a great improvement. It's great to see everything is starting to fall into place even more so than for them.
Yeah, no, it is good to really see that Mad Knight name continue as we move into the later phases as well. There's been a few good moments coming through from them, but I'm always going to keep asking more from these teams because we want to push the boundaries as to what we know that they are already capable of and just give it a little bit more extra spice, you know, just a little bit on top. Of course, Wiscola is down. The Reds should hopefully come through as 1 million have taken quite a wide approach into this contention here with Mad Knight. Of course, Tyson, the closest here to at least the first contender from 1 million being Venom, so they're going to be keeping their eyes peeled, trying to just give back up where they possibly can, while in the meantime 1 million, they're looting up, they're getting themselves set and ready, not jumping into this just yet because we know, well, there's teams rotating in around this area.
Yeah, but we all know, like, for instance, looking at Mad Knight's performance from yesterday, right? They secured themselves that 10 placement points. That means that they ended up in third place with 3 eliminations to their name. So already 13 points being brought in. That, of course, awarded them a 5th place in the Miramar map. But they have that opportunity to improve those positionings even more so moving through today's proceedings. And now with the zone taking quite a bit of a drastic shift further up towards the northern territories, this is where it's going to be making things so much more difficult for these teams to really lock in these plays.
Oh, it's going to be very difficult indeed. Moving on into this one, of course, we've got quite a few teams making a bit of a interesting landing in particular, but Darkness is going to be the next team up for the shave here. Tornado just trying to literally bob and weave in between the bullets like it's the Matrix, but Ghost is down, and the confirmation will be there for Virtual Gaming. I'm taking a look at this now. This is going to be an interesting one. So Darkness, they hold the line of sight of this ridge line, but Iron going down does mean that this is all the pressure on Tornado and Zala. One shot is going to make a dash across. Tornado not unfortunately ready here with the crossfire. So now all down to one member. It's Zala now holding the nade, trying to just fortify themselves as the barrage comes through here from One Shot and the rest of Virtual Gaming.
It's going to be a pretty crazy push, we can see now. I mean, I'm not quite sure whether or not this is going to be, on the books. Yes, it is the end of Darkness. And with that, Virtual Gaming already pushing themselves up to the top of the pack, sitting on those 4 eliminations. But Blackjack right there alongside them. So there could be a little bit of that third-party capitalization coming through. But now, as we turn our attention over towards Myth and Wave on this western side of the zone, it's going to be Broly to get picked up by the nade there from T3S Bruti. Riding this ridge line, looking for a bit of an opportunity here. Doing the due diligence, scanning up into those compounds. Waiting to see if they can spot any movement. But Ramsey already anticipating that push and now looking to see if they can find a bit of a play to be had over towards Rhino.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Now, Zakaria making a beautiful dash into myth territory here, and hopefully bringing a mythical performance along with them. Taking a little bit of a dash around the corner. The nade is going to be sent out. Some great damage into Ramsey, but there's the nade pop, just what they needed.
Beautiful trade-off coming in both directions. I mean, that nade doing absolute devastating damage here. But now, Farok looking to see if they can find a bit of a play. D3S getting ready for that push moment, trying to pull up to that res, but it's going to be Farok to get taken on down. D3S now looking to move on forward. Can they lock in these eliminations? Oh, just around the corner. If they knew how close they were, but of course the third-party sprays will continue to rain on down. We have the players there from VSC moving through as well, and that now puts the players here from Myth and Wave in a very challenging position. Rhino getting caught out in the open, having quite a few sprays sent in their direction. Baruti still going to be riding the edge, looking to find that final bit of a push to lock in this hard cover. But Moment out in the rush. There we go. Finds the trade. Blackjack, meanwhile, will have to pack up their bags and bid their farewells. But Myth also now just going to be trying to lock down this compound with VST still behind them.
Yeah, the action is just going to continue, DK. That zone shift all the way into Impala. So, I mean, this is, no strange territory to the likes of, teams like Zero Tolerance. But running with their current numbers, they are really going to have their work cut out for them. You already see Titans, Desert Flame, and Triple Esports in a great position to carry this on forward. Leaders just around the corner as well. But all of the action is just going to continue as these teams now have to press into this slowly but surely condensed area. And it's just going to get worse from this point on. VST making a dash across Myth now. And as we know, it is going to be a difficult opportunity for Myth here to hold off the entirety of VSC.
Yeah. Not only does Myth have quite a bit of a challenge up ahead of them, right? We got Titans and Virtual Gaming also getting into a bit of an altercation, but still a very spread out approach being held here by Titan. A lot of coverage being provided through that positioning, but let's see whether or not they can now look to capitalize on that. It's going to be P6 just rather peering over that beautiful little ridge line there with Axa and Teak. So now starting to just move up a little bit more. Puncher yet to find a solid position to move in towards. We can see that Buggy just being repositioned, but this could be that opportunity for Titan now to bring in a beautiful pensive maneuver onto the entirety of Virtual Gaming.
Ooh, taking a look at this now. Nays being sent on through, but they're very, very far off. So I'm not sure how those connections are going to be running through. But looking at this, Virtual Gaming holding a lovely, lovely bit of cover here, but it's outside of the zone. They still need to make an entry into the zone, and look and behold at who is holding them, who is containing them out of the zone. As soon as they try to make a dash, even with the vehicles, they will be facing off in exactly this direction. P6 now taking a beautiful shot, one shot, jumping into the action, quite literally up against Teak, but we know Teak is no stranger to that kind of action.
Yeah, Teak just welcoming them in with open arms and open barrels. But of course, now it all turns down to Gaddafi and Zeus to see if they can keep up the defensive line while Alpha Luigi gets rest on through. But again, Titan looking so confident. They have this entire position pretty much under lockdown. I'm loving the slight distraction going through from Puncher, right? Trying to open up the avenue for the rest of the team now to continuously keep the pressure as high as they can manage it. But now, Mad Knight also going to be making their own dash, trying to pull up in towards the zone. But Titans keeping the focus on, right? Going to be trying to just pick up any and everything that moves.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's no surprise that they're running with this kind of strategy. It's what we've seen before from them in the past. But Mad Knight now making a little bit of an approach. Beast going to get that information that maybe they don't want to get involved in this just yet. So backing off just to give the space that is required. Virtual Gaming still fighting tooth and nail to try and get themselves out of the situation. And it is so incredibly tough because even if they try to take a wider rotation, they head into Mad Knight. If they go the other way, they head into Zero Tolerance. Either way, Titans are not going to let them leave this position at all with any ease.
Yeah, Titans definitely, leveraging the power position they have at play here. But it is going to be Zeus now to fall next. Down they go. And it all turns down to Gaddafi, the final hopeful of the side here of Virtual Gaming. And it's looking pretty grim. But as we can see, right, we do have the race there from VSC and Triple also getting into a bit of an altercation towards that western side. But Teak going to be keeping that focus absolutely dialed in. Just literally gatekeeping Virtual Gaming. Looking to see how much longer they can survive. But Gaddafi doesn't have sufficient meds to survive that for much too longer. And of course, now VST also going to be meeting their end with only one elimination getting sent out in that 12th position. Triple Esports actually riding pretty high.
No, this is lovely to see coming through from Triple Esports with those 5 eliminations. And again, some good numbers. Like, they do still have an opportunity to take their full squad into this next zone. It's just going to be about how they navigate this action between Super Young Stars and Mad Knight. Because as we know, all of this outside of the zone, they need to get themselves closer and closer into a better position. But of course, as we take a look at the Super Young Stars, just on the cusp of getting themselves into the zone, Desert Flame going to be standing in their way. And if they try and move a little bit more towards that eastern side, well, it's going to be Titans now taking control of that southern portion of the zone. So haste is definitely going to be the recommendation from me for all of these teams to try and get themselves situated.
Yes, definitely a little bit of haste, right? Wouldn't do them too much harm, but it is going to be Gaddafi to get spotted out as Teak now drives that one through. It's going to be the end of the road for the virtual gaming squad. But here we go, right? Super Young Stars trying to keep up a little bit of that gatekeep pressure now on towards the players here from Triple. A little bit of a wibble wobble as that utility gets deployed. But Super Young Stars also still have to keep their eye on their own rotation, and Desert Flame is going to be proving to be quite a bit of a challenge at this point in time, right? They don't have the easiest rotation, at least not with regards for the Super Young Stars, but Titans, on the other hand, as we can see off in the distance, now getting picked off as they are very exposed. All their hopes now riding on P6 and the fate there of Teak, but it's going to be a very risky position. Now, Triple Esports making that dash, looking to get themselves situated back into its zone, moving in right in front of P6. And, I mean, Titans just jumping at any opportunity.
Again, not something that we're not accustomed to seeing with Titans, because they definitely have the ability to not only jump at anyone, but potentially even take some of their own numbers in the meantime, you know, picking up those eliminations. Now, unfortunately, they are down to 2 members, so they might be a little bit more selective with which engagements they choose to take. But taking a look at this now, we've got Triple Esports in a prime position here with 6 eliminations in the zone, and they are still picking apart such a beautiful number of teams. Desert Flame even now finding Titans, so a beautiful reach coming through from Desert Flame, and hopefully once again this continues. Some great confirmations, and if they keep at this position, they could find themselves picking up a fantastic foundation of points. And this is the pressure that we were applying yesterday. They need to pick it up, and so far they've been taking up the challenge like champs.
Yeah, definitely taking the challenge up like champs, right? But there's still going to be quite a few more hurdles to cross over, as we can see. Teak not having the craziest amount of health to make a play for here. But again, just a little bit further up ahead, it's going to be zero tolerance, reduced down to only Vortex. Skydo not going to be making it out of that blue zone anytime soon. But we're also seeing quite a few hit markers coming through then for the players there from Arab Golden, as they are taking aim down towards Desert Flame. But Desert Flame, they've got their eyes set on the players from the Super Young Stars. Also then, the leaders esports team, PRZ and Morteza, reaching all the way across from that far eastern edge.
Taking a look at this, Desert Flame jumping into the vehicles, maybe just taking a look at where their options could lie. Because again, this rotation is going to be tough. They have to go through Super Young Stars. They have to go through Triple Esports, Titans, Zero Tolerance. And then that's even before we think about any of the teams actually in the zone. So creeping on closer to Super Young Stars, you're trying to get that information. 6 God going down. It's down to Flacco and Buren, but we can see the fire coming on through. It's all down to Flacco once again. Riding on their shoulders, the pressure is intense.
Yeah, it is absolutely nerve-wracking pressure coming through right here. But of course, Super Young Stars still looking pretty competent, right? Still having a relatively decent position held up in that bowl. But Arab Golden really going to try and drive it through as best they can. Desert Flame also not trying to make a better play out of the situation. But Flacco not having the easiest odds. Instead, the shots are going to be connecting on through. Super Young Stars now prepping themselves for a little bit of that rotation back into the safety of the zone. But as we can see, the territory they're moving in towards doesn't provide them with much cover. And with that, it is going to be Mort now to get taken right on down as Ban steps up and welcomes them in with open sights.
Oh, Nade's not being prepped. Arab Golden up now here for a barrage. And even though they get a nice little present, it's not going to be an easy one to try and obtain. Messi going to be holding the line. As Ban now tries to get that res. In the meanwhile, oh, look at this. Just such a juicy opportunity as Deke does go down. But Super Young Stars, they keep that trigger discipline. And for now, Messi is just going to be keeping information. As a solo, they don't want to get involved anytime soon.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as hide and seek goes, this is not the easiest play, right? Messi definitely not having any options at this point in time. But fortunately for them, it's going to be Arab Golden to provide a little bit of that coverage. But unfortunately, now all the focus shifts right on towards Messi as they get spotted out. But look at that, it is going to be triple that get taken right on down as one round reaches from that extra bit of elevation in a position where they're not able to see Messi at all. But Arab Golden still going to be proving to be quite the formidable force.
Taking account now of what's happening here. Messi is going to get confirmed out there by Arab Golden, who get their revenge and make sure that they've got some space here to work with. The rest of the teams, of course, we take a look at it. It's Arab Golden within the zone. It's, of course, one round that's pretty close to making a breach in as well. 1 million riding up with those 3 members, but those are the squads that have the best chances moving into this next phase, just purely based off of the numbers that they have to work with. So leaders, they still are in contention, but it's just PRZ, as we can see, that has to carry all of the pressure and to see how far at least they can get with this.
Yeah, but this is going to be an opportunity for Arab Golden to potentially lock in that winner chicken dinner, right? Because if you look at it, 1 round, 1 million, they still have to cross over that road. There's no clear passageway. They have to move out of these compounds, and that is going to open up the opportunity for Arab Golden to just let it rip and pick up those eliminations, and with that, alleviate quite a bit of the pressure. But let's see where this goes, as 1 round and 1 million starting to smoke things up. We got PLZ on the opposite end, also trying to get themselves out of that blue zone, but no, it's not going to work, as the molly just brings in too much damage. But Angelo jumping at the opportunity, finding Chico. 1 down, 2 more to go. And this could be that opportunity now for Arab Golden to just absolutely capitalize on their own positioning.
Arab Golden now on that ridge line, looking for the opposition here, sitting out a couple of nades, looking for the connections. Knights down to a sliver of HP, but still, at least for now, they are standing. The medkits will come on through, and now this is the opportunity. 1 round they need to hold on. In the meanwhile, 1 million looking to take out the one-on-one action here.
Oh, well, let's see where this goes, right? Arab Golden now, they've not really been in such a pressurized position like the one they find themselves in at this point in time. Of course, 1 million, 1 round. Both these two teams could be alleviating a lot of that pressure. Oh, yes, indeed. That is exactly what's happening. One-on-one action once again. It's now all down to the final hopeful, right? It's going to be Moha looking to see if they can keep the hopes and dreams of 1 round alive. And 1 million, just laying it on as thick as they can find it. Of course, now getting spotted out by the side of Arab Golden as they're getting ready to move a little bit further forward. Oh, well, that dog doing things it's not supposed to, but here we go, Lazy Boy now. Oh, here we have it. It's going to be Angelo's molly to seal the fate for 1 round. And it's now 1 million and Arab Golden to duke it out for that winner chicken dinner. And again, Arab Golden still holding on to the more favorable position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would really be placing bets if I was a gambling person, but I really am not, because we know crazy things can happen in PUBG Mobile. What's that double sprayed out coming out through now?
Come on,
Marshall.
Oh, what? There we have it. It is going to be the end of the road. Arab Golden locking in an absolutely glorious victory. 8 eliminations to their name, displaying that position to perfection. And what a way to make an impact.
What a way to make a debut as well, picking up a fantastic winner chicken dinner with 8 eliminations. Definitely going to be helping them on the overall standings, and this has been something that they've been teasing for a while, right? We've been seeing them in those top 5 placements now quite consistently in the last day of play, so it's great to see that they're finally getting awarded for their efforts.
I mean, but it was pretty contentious, right? 1 million, 1 round, holding their own right there as well. And I mean, as we said, right, Arab Golden just having to capitalize on that position. They did exactly that, and it resulted in a glorious winner chicken dinner coming through for them. And I believe that is their first winner chicken dinner in this week. All right, we are only 2 days deep, right? So it's not all too much. to be too worried about, but definitely the kind of approach that we want to see, right? We want to see teams continuously improving it. And of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break, well, before we come back with our match breakdown and everything that we just saw. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few moments.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. As we just saw in that ad break, right, the best way to win a balloon fight is with a bazooka, right? That's the easiest way to do it.
Please don't follow DK's advice. To all the viewers watching right now, we are not liable for any advice that DK might give you.
But of course, we just concluded our third match of the day, and we saw our very first winner-winner chicken dinner for Arab Golden coming through. Not only was it their first winner-winner chicken dinner in this week, but it was their first winner-winner chicken dinner for this entire season. So absolutely glorious, glorious victory coming through there for them. Yes, let's give them the lovely golf clap. But yes, well done to Arab Golden for locking in that winner-winner chicken dinner. But that also then means that we are moving a little bit closer to see what those match rankings are. So let's jump straight into that, see where the teams find themselves.
Oh, Arab Golden picking up those sweet, sweet 23 points. Definitely going to help them on the overall standings when you take a look at that much, much later. But looking at this now, 1 million, one round, very close in contention, of course, as we saw with those final few moments. Triple Esports, Super Young Stars, hello, Leaders Esports making a beautiful, beautiful jump up. And as we mentioned before this game, Super Young Stars, I believe, were on single digits. They have literally gotten more points in one single game than so far this week. So great to see Super Young Stars making a beautiful, beautiful showing. And then Titan Gaming, Mad Knight, no surprise that we find them there.
Yeah, but we are seeing a lot more teams sitting on those double-digit points, and that only then means, right, the second page, well, surprisingly, still has quite a few points on it, right? It starts with Virtual Gaming sitting on those 5 pointers right at the top and leads all the way down to Darkness being the only team not being in a position where they could lock in some points. But again, right, we are seeing the efforts being brought through with regards to aggression. Myth still lining it up. Wave Esports also locking in a few points alongside Zero Tolerance and the players then from Desert Flame Esports. But that means, right, next up, we are going to be moving over into a little bit of that Erangel, right? The bread and butter, I said it the right way around this time, of PUBG, to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through. And that's going to be our only Erangel for today. And that, of course, means that Group D is not going to be having the opportunity to play. Well, no, that's Group B, rather. Group B are going to be sitting out in match number 4. So it's going to be quite exciting to see what the remaining teams are going to be doing, stepping out, and, of course, you know, showing us what they can bring to Battlefield.
Yeah, you've been waiting for the Erangel action for a while. Yesterday, you were really looking forward to this Erangel. So hopefully it's going to live up to your expectations. But the teams have definitely been showing that they have brought through a different kind of strategy. I mean, just the fact that we're seeing Arab Golden picking up their first winner chicken dinner in the season already showcases to me and proves to me that that time, that break that they've taken has clearly been so impactful for teams like Arab Golden and who knows who else to step up their game, to do the necessary investigations they needed to bring in that performance.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of performances, let's take a look at a few of the highlights, the Oppo moments, right, from this past match. And of course, it was a very, very challenging play, but Myth just, keeping the pressure up, pushing forward. We saw some absolutely crazy plays, but again, right, VSC, they just like to be the thorn in the side.
Yeah, no, they don't stop anytime soon. And again, why not? Because they stepped up their game yesterday, bringing in such a beautiful performance. We saw Desert Flame also in a very, very tough situation. They trying to move with that zone shift really didn't work in their favor as they had to fight up against Super Young Stars, and Messi just with the trigger discipline playing that hide and seek game. But it was these final moments. That double spray down from Ban was ridiculous.
It was a pretty insane play, but you know what? Every team has been showing their competence. They've been showing their skill set, and this was just the one for Arab Golden to rise to the occasion and lock in an absolutely glorious victory. And I mean, they did so in beautiful fashion. That ridge line was not the easiest position to hold, especially going up against 1 round and 1 million. But at the end of the day, Arab Golden won. Right, so it is that one-on-one. But, of course, we need to take a look and see what the overall situation is as well. At least for this week. 1 million now hitting that century with the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad hot on their heels, just 1 point away.
I love to see this Arab Golden sitting in 4th position right now with that winner chicken dinner and the consistency that they've been bringing in. It's great to see them on this side of things, as well as Seoul Esports and Team Myth. A good showing from them, but of course can't take away anything from Virtual Gaming. Just 1 point away from hitting that century with 3 winner chicken dinners. They are leading the pack in terms of that, but maybe they will be leading the pack in terms of points, depending on how these next couple of games are going to be going. I'm just loving the fact that it's so healthy. We can take a look at the next page as well, just to see how close the teams are in terms of those overall points. I just think it's looking so good.
Yeah. I mean, it's a healthy dose of PUBG coming through right here. 6 matches, 7 matches deep, depending on which team and which group it is. But of course, quite a bit of action yet to come as we are getting ready to move closer and closer towards Erangel. As we know, the pilot has already started the engines. Everyone starting to buckle themselves on through. So as we get ready to move towards our 3rd page to see what those positionings are and where the teams currently find themselves. Right, this is where we want to have that extra little bit of zhoosh come through. And as we move in, we can see Super Young Stars now also joining the double-digit party.
Yeah, so now every single team at least on double digits. And again, Super Young Stars 3 points away from taking 19th place. I mean, a few more points away from maybe even taking 17th to 18th. Up to 16th, and finding themselves in a much better standing than what they started on at the beginning of today. So it's good to see that performance is coming through from them, and hopefully it will continue for all of the teams as we move on into Erangel. As you said, the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, the teams know what they have to be doing on this map, and it's good to see a little bit of greenery joining the pack.
Oh yes, I mean, we had quite a bit of that coming through on Sanhok, but you know what, it is time to see where exactly that flight path is going to be taking us as we move into our only Erangel of the day. See what the teams will have to work with, and of course, what they will be presented with once that zone decides to show itself. Of course, we are approaching from the north. We can see the lovely Yasnaya Polyana over on the left-hand side. Straight in front of us is even more map, and further than that is Primorsk, all the way at the end of that flight path. So a relatively decent flight path coming through here, right? Somewhat centered, so it is still going to be allowing a lot of these positions to be played out for these teams. But I guess to see where the zone's going to be going. We know yesterday, the final Erangel ended very close towards that kind of sheltered territory. So let's see where it goes this time around.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one. Of course, we know 1 million not going to be playing in this map. So if ever there was a chance that Virtual Gaming wanted to take over 1 million spot, it would be in this very game. We can see the top players running on through. Of course, Senke, no surprise to see them running with the most eliminations alongside Puncher and Teak. Pretty close in contention so far for all of these teams. But again, as we go through some of the slides, we start to see, at least at this point in time, some sort of a pattern into which teams are really stepping it up in today. You know, we're building those gaps on the scoreboards, which again, they're not massive like the first week or the second week, but at least that action is coming on through.
Yeah, I mean, action is action nonetheless, right? I mean, really some really strong figures being shown here by our players sitting at the top. You know, bring out the highest amount of knocks, the highest amount of damage, all the eliminations. But we are seeing a kind of a trend starting to emerge, right? It's a very consistent kind of flow with the positioning of this pool of players we have showing up over on towards our left side for our top players. So, you know, quite a bit of excitement yet to come on through as the teams are getting ready to move in. Of course, to add to that, we have that lovely northern zone. So we could maybe be moving up into a potential Yasnaya Polyana play, getting closer to the end of this match.
Once again, that would be absolutely stacked with the teams. And again, we focus on Slime 4KT because that is their home territory. So we'll see what that's going to be providing them with if we do go that route. The rest of the teams, of course, a little bit of an interesting one. Of course, Arab Golden, they don't have their neighbors in the form of Seoul Esports joining them this time around on the Sanhok military base island. So that just feels weird to see Seoul Esports on this side of things.
Yeah, it is quite weird to see them dropping up in towards Pachinki, but you know, a change is as good as a holiday. So maybe that's what they were looking to take, right? As we can see, the players from Seoul now pushing up alongside Lag, but Lag already quick on the trigger there, finding those sprays. It's going to be YC now keeping a very steady angle here. Looking to see if they can spot any movement. Kakao not just providing that opportunity just yet, but you know, that determination is going to pay off, at least here for YC, as they do succeed in picking up the knock and the confirmation onto Kakao.
Ooh, a little bit of spicy action here to start it off with. So yeah, maybe Seoul Esports should come here a little bit more often. You know, we don't get to see them having some of those initial engagements all too often on Erangel. Nice little bit of a change up, and we'll see how it pays off for them. So far, at least it's paid off with one elimination. How much more? That's going to be up to them and the side of Lag Esports. But hey, DBS actions are, you know, in play. We've got YC with that DBS already primed and ready to take it even further. And for the time being, I mean, here towards Pachinki, they're pretty much just the two of these teams. You don't really have anyone rotating into their direction anytime soon, so they've got time to get an answer to this engagement.
Yeah, they do have time to definitely get an answer to that, but it's a very kind of spread out approach coming through from Lag, right? And I'm liking this awareness that they're showing. They're not going to be putting themselves in a vulnerable position. Instead, keeping their distance and trying to get themselves disengaged, right? They don't want to lose too many players here. As you can see, 1-9 now moving up alongside A9Q. And of course, we got Fantasy just on that opposite end. So they are going to be regrouping just a little bit further up ahead. But then I'm curious to see where they're going to be aiming to rotate towards. Of course, looking at school, it's going to be the sole occupation of Leaders Esports being held up right here.
Taking a look at this now, of course, I do like that some of the teams are, you know, just slowly but surely changing up some of these positions in terms of, you know, the overall presence that we do see. I think I mentioned it yesterday, that Nemesis line that we were talking about with Virtual Gaming and Super Young Stars. Super Young Stars, they've changed things up, running a 2-2 split all the way towards Lapovka. Obviously, you know, Solar Esports here towards Pachinki. We've got, you know, just slight changes and adjustments from these teams that do cause quite a larger impact as we move into the rest of the game, because then you don't have those usual engagements. All of a sudden the teams are getting surprised. You know, they're like, why are you here in my territory? What's going on here? You know, this is my job spot. What you doing? And again, forces the teams to give us a very good show of entertainment and forces them to adjust.
Yeah, definitely does, you know, kind of force their hand as well. And it's going to be Desert Flame now looking to force a bit of a hand towards the players here from Leaders as they now start to move on through. I mean, even Desert Flame, we know they're a team that either go towards Gatka or start over towards that farm position. But it seems like they've now also started to mobilize themselves much, much sooner on, right? Getting ready to move through. And of course, we can see they sit on an average of about 4 eliminations when it comes to Erangel itself. So I'm curious to see what it's going to be on the cards for them. But it's going to be VSC, though, to look to welcome Lag as they now start to rotate on through. And 1-9 also now yet to catch up. And it's a Brood trying to take a bit of a swing. But this could be that opportunity for 1-9 maybe to add a bit of a contribution.
Oh, just try to get up behind the ridgeline for now, avoiding all of the bullets that are being flung their way. So hopefully they'll be able to do so, get themselves set up. And again, there's a potential split or pincer that they could run with VST if they do choose to come back for that. Or maybe they might just focus on rotating on forward. As we know, Kakao is not involved in this engagement with Lag. They have gone down, and maybe just keeping their numbers might be a better bet. Moving into these compounds, they also might have a bit of cover. Taking a look at the rest of the teams, of course, here towards VST, they don't really have any concerns. What does concern me for Lag, of course, is we know Seoul Esports towards Pachinki, they already had the engagement there. They're obviously going to be looking to avoid that as much as they could. And now they have to worry about potentially Darkness taking a look at the direction that they're rotating.
Yeah, it could be a few interesting plays coming through here, but we'll have to wait and see how that one really starts to pan on through. I mean, it does even seem like Slimefork AT also getting themselves primed and ready to roll, right? Moving a little bit more the focus towards that eastern side, making sure that they've got sufficient vehicles to pull off some form of a rotation. We're looking at where Wave, Leaders, Esports, Virtual Gaming, Zero Tolerance, Desert Flame, all are starting to move towards. It does seem like there is going to be a little bit more focus applied to that more centralized zone. But still, we do have a few teams about to get into some form of an altercation down towards those southern territories. Of course, I'm speaking to the players from Lag and VST, as well as Legends of War and Soul.
Yeah, so VST, they ended up going for that hunt against Lag Esports. Instead of being the hunter, they want to be the hunters. We can see Zuxi now pulling up here very close towards 1-9, getting some information. They do obviously know that Lag Esports were just up ahead of them, so they're taking it in their stride, trying to be as cautious as they possibly can. Desert Flame have now started things here with Leaders Esports, as Morteza did go down. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to continue, or if the clapback will be coming through from Leaders in the meanwhile, while Lag Esports just tries to lay things a little bit low. You know, just keep quiet.
Yeah, I mean, just enjoy the beach, right? It's there. It's not every day that the zone presents that opportunity, but instead it's going to be 1-9. Looking to move a little bit further afield, right? VSC hot on their heels. So it is a little bit of that cat and mouse game coming through, but it's 3 teams now that could be potentially participating in this hunter-gatherer proceeding that we see about to potentially start to develop. But of course, Legends of War keeping a very watchful eye as we now see that zone also taking a glorious swing towards those northern territories. And at this point in time, the entirety of Severny is open for the taking. But not only that, the entire northern half of zone is open for the taking.
Yeah, that's obviously to do with the way in which that flight path came through. A lot of teams not really opting for the northern territories. We had basically Virtual Gaming who just rotated off from Severny, and now they might be thinking, well, maybe we should go back. Who knows? Maybe we need some space here from the rest of the teams. But that central band of rotations and migration that these teams took, now they do provide themselves a good opportunity if they do want to head north. I especially would like to see that happen, considering we have so many teams moving in from that southern position, that it will obviously just provide them the space to get into the zone.
Yeah, so we'll see who's going to be the team to take that plunge and make that mad dash towards the north, right? It does seem like Triple Esports are definitely contemplating a bit of a more northern rotation, as we can see Seven Reef now trying to lead that play. But meanwhile, down in towards Yasnaya Poliana, it is going to be Desert Flame and Slimefork AT going at each other, as we can see that quick confirmation going through on towards 6. And now, the rest of Desert Flame left to try and see what will come through. Slimefork AT are getting ready for a bit of a push here. Flacco keeping their ears open, waiting in anticipation to see which way around Slime's going to look to move forward.
Ooh, again, the Nemesis story continues for me. It's Slime for KT and Desert Flame Esports that find one another again. Utilities will be popped out to try and give themselves a little bit of cover. Flacco up close and personal, however, but Buden finding a beautiful line of sight on Koa, and that's going to be a prime position or a prime player to take out because we know what Koa is capable of.
Well, I mean, all will be revealed, right? As we know, Koa being quite the formidable player. But so that is going to be a slight sigh of relief going through here for Desert Flame. But Buden falling all the way down into the drink, that's not kind of the approach that you want to take going up against the players here from Slime. But there's also so many other teams held up in the vicinity. And this is where both Slime and Desert Flame are actually, in a little bit more of a favorable position. They're not making too much noise, so they're not attracting too much attention. They can actually afford to take this engagement with each other. But Buden now going to get spotted out. A Storm sends through the spray. Up comes Pronto. Looks to find the angles on towards Flacco. Flacco super low in their health bar, but instead finds the knock in turn onto Pronto. And now all the hopes turn down to only Plaza and Storm. But as we know, Storm also quite a force once they start rolling on forward.
Yeah, they're not going to stop anytime soon. Plaza moving on in to find the stragglers here of Desert Flame Esports. So DWAS will be going down alongside the rest of their squads. Once again, I feel like we've said this 3 times already today. It is Flacco to carry on the dreams and hopes of Desert Flame Esports into the rest of this map. Now, it's time for KT. They've also lost quite a bit in this altercation, down to 2, while Legends of War moving on in for the territory with Super Young Stars just behind them.
And let's see whether or not the Super Young Stars are going to pose a major threat to them. As you can see, Flacco now just dodging the flames, but the zone getting ready to move up once again. And this will force the hand of the teams further towards the north. And that rotation from Triple Esports now being quite favorable, as they don't have as far to cover. And instead, they can look to fortify their positioning. But we can see the players there from Zero Tolerance and Soul also now getting into a bit of an altercation, bit of an exchange over towards that western side. But Flacco also with a quick reposition, managing to find a little bit of a breathing room here. But up comes the vehicle. Oh, and Flacco gets snuffed on out as Plaza just runs them right on over.
Oh, yeah, it hurts. It hurts when the buggy strats come on out, but it's just so good to see from our end. Super Young Stars, in the meanwhile, have started the engagement here with Legends of War. Soul Esports, as we take a look at their current position, making a nice little bit of an approach into the zone and feeling comfortable. But of course, this is right alongside Zero Tolerance, who just got confirmed out as they made their approach into what I believe was Wave. So Soul Esports, they can take that information and use it however they like, maybe just as a bit of a warning to not really copy that pathing that we saw Zero Tolerance take.
Well, let's see which approach they are going to be taking. But now, I mean, it's still quite a bit of a play to be made here. We have that convergence happening in towards the central zone once again. But quite a few stragglers yet to rotate on forward. I mean, Virtual Gaming having a very easy angle to hold for the time being. Even though we have Titans towards the south, and we've got the players there from Legends, and of course Darkness situated towards the north, there's no immediate danger on the players for Virtual Gaming. So they can actually just, use this opportunity to regroup and, just plan for what is yet to come. But of course, if we look a little bit further down south, we've got the players there from Arab Golden looking to move on forward. Close towards that western side, it's going to be VST and Soul Esports looking to get into a bit of an altercation. And Weiss not going to be letting anything slide, instead moves in to investigate.
Oh, hello. Looking at this one now, VST holding quite a bit of an interesting opportunity here just on the outskirts of the zone. They can really apply a lot of pressure. Soul Esports has to try and make their dash into safety here. So they need to make a move, and unfortunately it is going to be quite a tough one. Again, if they choose to turn around and go the completely opposite way, they run into Titans. Well, Titans might have their hands full just for the moment.
Ooh, yes, it is going to be Arab Golden riding absolutely high on a surge of adrenaline from that winner chicken dinner that they locked in as they now push on forward. And with that, it's going to be Titans reduced down to only Teak. Those confirmations are going to come through momentarily. There we have it. It's going to be Golden to lock in that first one. The second one about to come towards Puncher. But now, Arab Golden in a position where they could definitely look to push that momentum as far as they can have it. But again, quite a bit of distance to cover. Virtual Gaming position just up ahead of them, as we can see on that map, as we see the next zone taking a swing, this time over towards that western edge.
Quite an interesting bit of a change up here. One round, of course. Triple Esports. I mean, you're looking at Wave, Leaders, Legends of War even, and Darkness. Going to be quite happy with that shift, as they're already centered and quite well positioned. One shot, of course, just trying to get that confirmation on the Teak, but we know Teak just knows how to just avoid the bullets. It's like they are Neo themselves in the Matrix, just avoiding everything.
Yeah, you know, just trying to find a little bit of continuation. I mean, even though Titans haven't had any eliminations come their way just yet, it's not going to be the worst turn of events for them. Instead, they can still look to find a little bit of that. But now, Leaders Esports are going to be welcoming Teak on forward as they pull in towards the zone, managing to just narrowly escape, pulling in to that extra little bit of hard cover. But Darkness also held up alongside them, stole towards the north. The players there from Triple Esports also towards the north. So, again, a very, very challenging zone at play here. But Virtual Gaming trying to find a little bit more of an opportune approach in towards this next phase.
Yeah, that you say that it really is a lot harder than it really sounds, because the navigation that they have to take is right alongside Slime 4KT, as we can see already spotting them out. They'd run into Darkness, they potentially run into Leaders, they've got Arab Golden just behind them, then they've got, you know, Teak from Titans to deal with, and that's before they even worry about anyone else in the zone that has a line of sight towards them. So Virtual Gaming, they're going to have to try and manage that as well as they possibly can. Meanwhile, we've got Slime 4KT just making a quick dash. Storm out in the buggy is not going to be looking for that welcome.
Sign sealed, delivered. Off goes Storm. A very, very abrupt end. But now Plaza still trying to keep the hopes and dreams alive as they also pull into a little bit of that hard coverage. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the most opportune position to be holding, especially looking at you know, the repertoire of teams they have showing this kind of territory with them. But the altercations will continue towards the western side as Wave and VST now look to kind of line things up. It is going to be a full-on send coming in. Fever finds the trade. Down goes Rhino. But will they now be able to seal the fate of Wave?
Oh, that's going to be the question here. Rhino down and out, and the rest of the teams, of course, trying to just recover the situation. In the meanwhile, VST get their health bars set up and ready for this one. 2 down now for Wave Esports as it Leno and Fever are fighting. Fever jumping on down, jumping into the first floor, looking for the spray down with the helping hand of their teammate. Around the corner they go, and they will be finding the 3 members here of Wave with easy cleanups for the Pick'ems. So, yeah, Wave down to 1.
Yeah, some easy claps coming through right there for VST, but Brutti now going to be holding strong, just looking on at the devastation being dealt towards their team. And, you know, this does leave one to wonder a little bit as to what we could be expecting to see as the teams moving through every now and again. Meanwhile, Leaders Esports also now feeling the grunt of the pressure as VGS, Virtual Gaming Squad, comes pushing straight on forward. It's going to be one shot to get traded on down. But wasted now, trying to peer from out of that vehicle. Up comes the push, the rush, the flames all over the place. The vehicle somehow managing to survive. And Alpha Luigi now looking to clean it up. But PRZ not going to back out of this fight just yet. Instead, sends out the utilities. T coming in with a little bit of a saving grace there. But PRZ finding yet another knock.
Oh, it's not going to stop anytime soon, hopefully, for the rest of the teams picking up these fantastic eliminations. But of course, in the case of Virtual Gaming and Leaders Esports, this one-on-one scenario that they hold right now is going to have to come to an end at some point in time. Virtual Gaming, they have the better numbers. Alpha Luigi down and out, PRZ on a sliver of HP. Thankfully, the meds are there. But for how much longer can they sustain this position?
Oh, it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge. Let's see now. It is going to be Alpha Luigi to fall as they bleed out PRZ now on the defensive here, trying to fend off the advances coming through here from Virtual Gaming. But Zeus then one shot. They want that final point. They want to put themselves on 4. But meanwhile, it is going to be the end of the road for the players from Team Wave. And still, we are down to 12 teams, right? The Leaders Esports getting eliminated as well. So a very contentious lobby still continues.
Yeah, no, this is going to be interesting because as we can see, a few of the teams now moving on closer and closer. In the meanwhile, it's one round in Triple Esports as eFlex jumps on into the action. Kimos is down, so this is the opportunity for one round to move on closer.
Let's see how much closer they'll be able to get. Triple Esports trying to hold strong. Flex in the rest of one round. A little bit of an opening, but can't really find it just yet. Instead, they're going to be looking to see if they can maybe find something that's happening on the edges here. Setting up these utilities, trying to create that extra bit of a barrier. But up comes Seven Reef, sends out the nade, but also then gets traded on down. It is a beautiful trade back and forth between one round and Triple Esports. Vibe 7 now quickly trying to patch the team back up again. And this could be a great opportunity for the players here from Triple Esports to rush on forward and now just find one round exposed out ahead.
Oh, the DBS come on through for the cleanup. Moha still up and Adam, but of course Vibe 7 just trying to lay down the law alongside 7 Reef. The HP's not looking fantastic as Eflex is down to a sliver, and that is the only player from one round that's still still available. I said so, but Flick came on through with the cleanup. Now, looking at Triple Esports here and Legends of War fighting for this control of the compound, fighting for that hard cover. It is going to come down to the push here from Triple Esports now, who gets sent on back into the lobby, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, it is very unfortunate, but an absolute glorious run coming through here for Legends of War. Already sitting on those 8 eliminations, the highest so far in this match. But now is going to be moving, taking aim over on towards the players there from Soul. Finds the nade on towards Rauf. Up comes the follow-up nade. Will that one follow suit? Yes, it finds Omar. And slowly, it is going to be the players here from Legends of War just whittling away at the side of Soul Esports.
Oh, we love this from Legends of War. Picking up 8 eliminations already. And we still got those 16s left up into this final zone. Flick now sending out a couple of welcoming nades to Soul Esports as they are fighting for an opportunity to get themselves into the zone. And Soul Esports, well, they just hold that edge line. That little bit of a compound just on the edge of the zone. So they want that position for themselves. Smokes are going to be popped and Whitey just literally burnt into a crisp.
Yeah, all it's going to take is one really well-placed nade to end it all right there for Soul, right? But it is going to be Flick now to continue to try and find that extra bit of an opening. Fortunately, that little shack just doing wonderful things for Soul, but it could also mean their end. Quick retaliation getting sent up here, as we can see that Nate trying to reach up towards Flick, but not really finding the distance. Meanwhile, as we look over towards the western side, it's going to be the players there from VST trying to make a quick dash around towards that southern edge. And Legends of War really looking absolutely phenomenal at this point.
Oh, absolutely. And well, let's see how far they can take it. Legends of War now, in particular, Flick still holding the line. One more nade that they can send out for a new opportunity. But Soul Esports, they've recovered their losses, they've recovered their HP bars. And now, well, they're all basically in the pink. So, you know, not perfect, but they're still alive and kicking. Still holding on to this compound with everything they've got. But with all 4 of their members still alive, they are a real threat to the rest of the teams as Plaza now starts to feel the brunt of the action.
Yeah, it is going to be still Soul looking for the continuation. Legends of War moving into position, trying to tighten that grip on the players there from Soul Esports. But as you said, right, Plaza also feeling the pressure, doesn't really have many options with regards to where they can move towards. But a quick reposition coming through as Legends now look to create even more openings, keeping that focus pretty tight on the side here of Soul Esports. But this could be that opportunity for Plaza to maybe peer around the corner and take a bit of that third-party action. Now, Lashin taking a swing at Virtual Gaming.
Oh, everyone looking for the opportunities here in this final zone of absolute chaos. Iron now unfortunately getting taken out here by Zeus, but Plaza still holding strong for Slime 4KT. As I say that though, the dash, the zone, it all just forces their hand and they get eliminated out. Legends of War, they're still trying to apply that pressure to Soul Esports, but Darkness might be the wrench in the works here that delays their plan moving on forward.
It could definitely pose quite a bit of a threat to them. And now it is going to be Soul Esports trying to make that play. Legends Soul going to be looking to capitalize on the positioning that they are holding. But Darkness proving to be quite a pest to both of these teams. And I mean, this is a great opportunity for the players there from Darkness. As you can see, the shots are continuing to rain on through. It's going to be one shot from Virtual Gaming to find the knock up onto its Lashin. The Legends not finding any additional eliminations just yet, but already causing so much carnage.
Oh, absolutely. As we take a look at this now, Virtual Gaming sending out a few little bit of a welcoming nades there to Darkness, at least for the time being. And now the follow-up here from Hemo might be the end for Darkness, but again, it's Darkness and Virtual Gaming. They hold the easiest line of sight into the zone. Seoul Esports and Legends of War that have been going at each other, they still need to jump on in, and now it looks like Seoul Esports want to turn this around on Legends.
Wow, it is going to be Virtual Gaming and Darkness though to just let it rip right down on towards Soul. Out comes the DBS action once again. Lashin now quickly trying to piece some form of a play out of this one. As you can see, they are also then accompanied by mowing, but that blue zone is going to be forcing their hand. They now have to make that play. And this is where Darkness and Virtual Gaming are looking to capitalize. You can see that one shot coming through is going to be the end of the road for mowing. And this is now where things start to look super, super grim as Legends of War are feeling the pressure. Now starting to get their numbers reduced down to only 1. Virtual Gaming, meanwhile, they're now up to 9 souls, still getting hit, and Lashin not going to be stopping, but it is going to be one shot to put a stop to them.
Lashin in the final moment, still applying the pressure to Seoul Esports, who are also just down to a sliver of HP. I mean, take a look at YC. You can't even see his HP bar. But he's still there. He's still trying to stay alive. Now getting a little bit of a med up here. Med get back in the action. So hopefully this will give them what they need. The space they need to move on forward. But Virtual Gaming being an absolute threat with those 10 eliminations. They're not looking to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, they're not done just yet, right? They are not done with the action at all. But you can see them now starting to move on forward. One shot, trying to inch their way a little bit closer. We got Tornado on the opposite end. They're coming through for Darkness. But again, a very strong performance coming through here from Darkness as well. As we know, right, they've got 3 eliminations to their name, but they've also been able to secure a position in the top 3. Now that zone, taking a bit of a shift over on towards Virtual Gaming itself, is going to be forcing the options for both Darkness and Seoul Esports, right? The only option they have is to move straight on forward. And it's going to come down to that fastest fingers first.
Pretty much. So, Esports now trying to get closer into this contention as they move on down. Virtual Gaming, they have quite a bit of space to work with. Again, they've got 2 members still up alongside Seoul Esports. It's Darkness that are only down to Tornado to try and see what they can work with here. But Seoul Esports moving on from this higher portion of the hilltop. They're going to be up for the up for the challenge, but Zeus has spotted out YC.
Yeah, Weiss and Hemo in a little bit of danger right here, as we can see that zone just constricting itself even more so towards Virtual Gaming. And this could be a potential another winner chicken dinner coming right on through. But Hemo and Weiss not going to be not too satisfied with that one just yet. Instead, they're going to be looking to improve their position, but there's not much more improvement to be had right here. Already Soul sitting on those 8. Tornado also going to be trying to make a play, but it's going to be one shot to spot out Weiss. Down they go, and all the pressure now riding on Hemo. Looking for those pixels out of place. Oh, one shot taking a very risky play. Taking aim still all over the place. And Hemo, oh, come on, take the swing.
Oh, but there's got so many nades to work with Virtual Gaming. They're taking their time. I don't know how they're not spotting out Hemo, but he's waiting for that opportunity. Focus on Darkness. Yes, take them out, and then I am going to be right there to take you out. Soul Esports, though, they've been spotted. One shot is going to go down. Zeus still alive, but for how much longer?
Come on, Hemo. Push, 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 push. Oh, here we go. Hemo clutches it out. Takes down Virtual Gaming. Absolutely insane. But now it's going to be Tornado and Hemo to face off to the finish, and it is Hemo to lock in that winner chicken dinner. Absolutely insane performance. Seoul Esports locking in yet another winner chicken dinner. 11 eliminations strong.
Locking in that 1v3 clutch. I mean, that's exactly what Seoul Esports were looking for. 11 eliminations to add to their tally alongside those wonderful 15 points. They're going to be very happy with their performances moving into this next phase. But I mean, they should just be shouting Hemo's name right now. Honestly, like just a round of applause for that play.
I mean, that was absolutely insane, right? I believe that was Seoul's 5th winner chicken dinner. But I think that is one of the winner chicken dinners that they've had to work the hardest for, right? I mean, like, I'm almost shaking, and I was just watching this, so I can only imagine what Hemo is feeling right then and there. But of course, while we get over what we just saw, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back with you guys in a short few moments.
fellow PUBG mobile players. Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. A super exciting match that we just saw over on Erangel with one of the craziest clutches we've had in quite some time. I mean, absolutely insane. Hemo just stepping out and letting it rip. I mean, I was almost convinced that that was on the books for virtual gaming. But of course, let's take a look and see what the rankings are. It's going to be Seoul Esports to sit up in pole position on 26 points. Those 11 eliminations coming in alongside that glorious winner chicken dinner. But of course, Virtual Gaming Squad coming in with 11 eliminations as well, awarding them 21 points in total.
That's not a bad performance whatsoever. ever. I mean, just beautiful points that they're going to be adding to their overall tally. And looking at the rest of the scores, I mean, Legends of War, Darkness, Slime 4KT, VST, once again, Triple Esports making a lovely appearance on this side of things. Again, very top heavy in terms of the eliminations that we saw, but it's a good spread, at least in some case. I mean, they're picking up points one way or another. And of course, we can take a look at that second page to see how it started to trickle down, moving into the rest of the standings. But hey, almost every single team picked up a point.
Yeah, almost every single team picked up a point, but 0 tolerance. Again, right? Bag of donuts. I mean, well, there's nothing wrong with donuts. I enjoy donuts. Once I remember that donuts are still a thing. But yes, that's unfortunately the way it goes, right? As you've said before, is we have to have somebody on this side of the page, right?
Yeah.
And based on the insane performances that we had from virtual gaming and the players coming through, then, of course, from the side of Seoul Esports, that had to be a result of something, right? And that, of course, means that we are seeing the players, teams like Zero Tolerance, TEAMLAG, Desert Flame, Wave, and Leaders not really sitting on the most ideal amount of points, but still at least managing to secure at something on the standings.
Yeah, but we can take a look at those Oppo moments from that first and last Erangel of the day. It was an absolutely surprising one in terms of the changes we saw, especially towards that later end, and of course the insane clutch we saw. But also this push from VST into Wave. I mean, the shots were just absolutely beautiful in their connections.
Yeah, definitely some really satisfying performances. But look at Hemo here. I mean, this was just one of the craziest clutches, pushing in, taking down Zeus. And I mean, doing that with the AK, right? That weapon is absolutely devastating at close range, but sometimes a little bit challenging to control. And then up came Tornado, and it was Hemo just to tame the storm and lock in that winner chicken dinner. So absolutely insane performances. I mean, we've been asking for Team Seoul Esports to step up and just grace us with their absolutely insane presence, and they did right here on Erangel. But of course, speaking about presences, we also need to give a big thank you out to our sponsors. So first up, I want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And aside from Monster, also a big thank you going out to Oppo. So born to win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series.
Absolutely phenomenal, and it's because of them that we can actually witness all of this fantastic PUBG mobile action. So massive shout out to our wonderful sponsors. And of course, we know it is going to be a very interesting day for these teams. As we take a look at those overall standings, we can see the shifts that have already occurred. And I said it before, I say it again. If ever there was a time for virtual gaming to take over 1 million spot, it was this beautiful Erangel. So 120 points for virtual gaming already on day 2.
I'm smelling a little bit of a leapfrog coming through, right? Because we see Titan Gaming also pushing up quite aggressively. But unfortunately, Titan's not going to go anywhere. They've played their 8 matches. Though 1 million still have an opportunity to make quite a bit of a jump. And of course, still, the players of Esports can also potentially look to catch up and close any of those gaps. But as we take a look at the second page, it is still very contentious, right? 50 points starting off the top of this page there for VST Gaming. And then 15 points away, we have the players from Mad Knight situated up in 16th position.
Yeah, so an interesting change up in terms of how the teams have just been shifting. Legends of War in particular, alongside Darkness and VST, they've been putting in the efforts to really climb these overall rankings. So quite a bit of a shift up that what we saw coming through from the beginning of today up until this point. And of course, we know we still have one more page to take a look at. So Blackjack, Esports, Wave, TEAMLAG, and Super Young Stars still fighting to get themselves out of this part of the overall standings and hopefully to get them closer and closer to the top.
Yeah, it's getting pretty close, right? So I do think once we move into those final 3 days of this week's proceedings, I think that is where the action is going to be absolutely insane. I mean, the tension I think is going to be so thick you can cut it with a spoon. I mean, it's going to be pretty thick. You don't even need a sharp obstacle to do that. But either which way, speaking about spoons and sharp obstacles, right? We're going to be moving in, right? Taking a bit of a look to see where that flight path is. Of course, it is going to be starting towards that southern edge. You can see the lovely Los Leones up ahead. And that only means that we are going to be having a slightly more easternly focused flight path coming through.
Yes, easternly is going to be the point here for these teams to work with. So Taking a look at the rotations that they can really take, it is going to be an interesting game because we obviously do see that Virtual Gaming and Titans aren't going to be taking part in this. So they've played their games, as we've mentioned. They've moved in with the Leapfrog, but now it's 1 million's opportunity to leapfrog the both of them. So we'll see how this is going to play out. And of course, we know 1 million, they do prefer that El Pozo region, but we're seeing them actually go a little bit this time towards Puerto. So that change up with the flight path is going to leave a few of the teams at least changing up things just slightly. Even Arab Golden going to where we would normally see Titans. But a nice couple of changes. But that zone is going to be the next question on all of our minds.
Yes, that is indeed going to be the case. So we'll have to wait in anticipation to see what that zone will bring. I'm expecting maybe a northwestern zone. Let's see whether I'm correct. No? Well, it's west. I just had the other cardinal direction completely and horribly wrong. It is, of course, going to be situated a little bit more towards that more just western side, right? Being somewhat inclusive of the southern edge. But again, I think this is going to be a very satisfactory zone for the teams.
Yeah, no, so I mean, it's going to provide a lot of the teams that, really do favor that southern portion of Miramar to get themselves situated much sooner rather than later. I mean, taking a look at Mad Knight there towards potentially Montenuevo, or rather, a few of the other teams, maybe Power Grab, Picardo. I mean, there's so many options at this point in time. And of course, well, actually, no, we don't know. We haven't quite really seen this before. We've got 3 teams here towards the northeastern portion of the map. So it's no surprise to see Super Young Stars there, but Zero Tolerance and One Round have now joined them.
Yeah, I mean it's not too odd to see zero tolerance in that particular position, but what is quite exciting is the fact that 1 round they also decided to drop up north at least for 1 round to see what they could make of this whole situation and maybe find a few trades along the way. But I don't know whether or not the players here from Super Young Stars are aware of the position of the teams held up in the vicinity. So then again, we have a very kind of different situation looking at that zone itself, right? Very kind of clustered positioning going through with the teams.
Yeah, very indeed. I mean, okay, so let's take a just an account of what's happening. Obviously, got Zero Tolerance up towards the most northern portion of Campo Militar. We've got Super Young Stars, a little bit of that 2-2 split coming on through, and then 1 round also the 2-2 split with the lowest members really closer towards Cruz del Fol, moving up towards the northern portion. So those 3 teams are going to have fun trying to navigate their way into the zone. Other than that, we've got Slime 4KT and 1 million. Those are all the teams that are outside of this zone, because the zone is quite close to center, and a lot of the teams do favor those southern reaches. So they're going to have the time, in terms of the teams that are in the zone, to set themselves up sooner and potentially even look at those gatekeeps. So, I mean, I'm especially looking towards Desert Flame and Myth, who hold that northeastern portion of the zone as a little bit of a gate for the teams that we've just mentioned that are on the outskirts other than 1 million to maybe pick up some early eliminations.
Yeah, there's definitely an opportunity there for them to do exactly that, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that that is going to be the plan that they have, right? Because they don't have the information that we have. So it's going to be interesting to see how they are going to be looking to play this one out. Of course, Desert Flame are going to be moving their way through their usual position up in towards San Martin. But again, right, as you said, those rotations from outside of zone still need to come on through. I don't really know where the teams are going to be looking to pull towards, right? Maybe pull in between San Martin and the graveyard. Maybe opt for a little bit of that Picardo positioning. Maybe move in towards Power Grid. There's so many options as to where these teams could look to rotate. I don't really know where to expect them to move.
Yeah, no, that's going to be up to the teams. Thankfully, we don't have to make those big decisions. That will be solely and fully up to them. Thankfully, we are not the coaches here in this situation. But looking at some of the teams that are running with those positions, I mean, VST there towards Montenuevo, that's quite a lovely position for them to hold. Leaders, of course, closer to that central band, joined now by Mad Knight, Lag, and potentially even Legends of War, who are moving closer and just investigating what's happening there. So a good opportunity if they can hold this position, I would say, for leaders, and then capitalize on it a little bit later on. Do what leaders do best, pick up some crazy eliminations, and then just build that as a foundation. Hold that on the line, and hopefully get some great placements to just counter that, or to complement that, rather. That would be a prime opportunity, I would say, for leaders.
Yeah, because I mean, we are looking at the zone being centered up as to where the previous Miramar ended, right? Just a little bit east from where we currently find ourselves. So it's going to be interesting to see what the teams are going to be doing and where this next shift is going to be taking us, whether or not it's going to be repeating its efforts and moving into those exact same regions once again, or could it take an entirely different approach? And of course, speaking about different approaches, we do see the players here from Lag taking a 3-1 split, right? We've got the majority of the team positioned towards this Chumasera territory, but we then see 1-9 held up towards the church. Unfortunately, the players here from Legends of War have not fully committed to pulling into this exact position.
No, not whatsoever. Again, a lot of the teams, they're looking for at least a way to play this as strategically as they possibly can, because it is a scary place to be going up against these teams. They are all so well adept at just managing the expectations that have been brought upon them. I do like the way that Blackjack and Seoul Esports are kind of just very close to one another, but also just keeping that distance. It was looking like a potential engagement there towards Los Leones, but now Seoul Esports have rotated, unfortunately, south, so no early action for us just yet. But again, it's slowing the pace down. We're not seeing those early hot drops here on Miramar.
Yeah, no, we're not seeing that crazy insanity coming through, right? And that is quite a bit of a change up from what we had in the previous two Miramars themselves. So it does leave quite a bit to be pondered about as to what these teams are going to be bringing on through, right? We have got VST, Arab Golden still holding on towards this western side. The east also looking relatively tranquil. I think it's going to be more a little bit of focus being put on towards the northern territories, with Slime with a slow, steady approach, zero tolerance, 1 round, and the Super Young Stars also now making that play towards the zone. But center zone is where leaders are going to be looking to lock in a decent angle.
Ooh, okay. So let's see what's going to happen here. Leaders have opted to just rotate once again, getting very close to Lag Esports. The nades are going to be sent on out just as a bit of a warning to Carry Boy, but they'll hear that. They won't have to take damage for that, so they can just quite comfortably rotate on out of this position. Lag, in the meanwhile, they hold this church, they hold this compound, and they say, thank you very much. You can leave now. The rest of the teams, of course, if we take a look, Mad Knight keeping a watchful eye on this exact location. So we do see at least Titan in particular, they're looking towards this direction. They're keeping an eye out, potentially spotting leaders making their rotation as well. So I would be interested to see if they push on into this, or if they just, for now, just keep a hold of the information and hold onto their position, which is nicely center zone. Yeah,
it is quite centered, so there's not going to be too much of an urge for them really to have to reposition elsewhere. And instead, I think they maybe just trying to do their due diligence, trying to ensure that, once they move into a compound, they're not going to get surprised by any teams rotating through, at least from the immediate area. But as we now wait to see where this next phase is going to be taking us, we can see a lot of the movement continuing, right? Triple Esports also on the move, Desert Flame on the move, and now we get to see what that zone will bring as it moves down towards Chumasera. And this could add quite a bit of excitement, as we already have quite a few teams already set up within that region.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of teams. As we know, they do love the southern portion of Miramar. And hey, why not? There's some lovely water reaches. We know this Minister Val area is just absolutely stacked. I mean, the terrain is so incredibly difficult. So it does provide for quite a bit of a fun final zone if we were going to be heading that way with the zone shifts. Taking a look at this, of course, 1 million now coming through from the southern portion. And we can see, of course, Slime 4KT making their approach coming through from that northern reach. They're right alongside Desert Flame. They're coming into the position the Triple Esports are holding. So I'd be very interested to see how they're going to navigate that and if they're going to change their approach.
Yeah, only time will tell whether or not they are going to be changing anything. But, one thing that I know that's not going to be changing anytime soon is the fact that that zone is going to be closing up in about 30 seconds or so. So, Mad Knight still in a position where they could look to apply somewhat of a pressure play towards the players there from Myth. But again, the congestion are continuing to build. You can see not only do we have Myth off the distance, but Blackjack also moving in not too far away.
Okay, so what I want to know is how the teams are going to be managing this next shift. Of course, we can see Myth here very close to Mad Knight making a rotation. Again, they're not investing in anything just yet, because we still have 16 teams left. We still have every single player that we started with still alive, and with 10 minutes, and 30 seconds, 37 seconds now into this Miramar game. So the teams have been doing so well at avoiding each other and avoiding any of these engagements that I question, when are we going to be seeing some of that action?
I mean, if you've ever seen a Skittle pack or a box of Smarties being spilled, right, that is exactly what it looks like right now on that map. And of course, we are yet to see Slime 4KT, Zero Tolerance, and the players there from one round also then joining in towards the zone. But here we go, right? Zero Tolerance, one of the teams being the furthest away. Super Young Stars also still to make that dash. But here we have it now. It's going to be Phoenix now looking to roll up alongside the rest of the team. And the first knock comes through as Carry Boy is going to be our first player to get sent towards the lobby.
Whoa. Wow. There it is. Unfortunately, you hate to really be that first player that gets sent back, but it has to happen. It really does. Now, leaders have an opportunity, of course, to still take on this engagement with Seoul Esports. Potentially get that revenge, potentially just disengage. Of course, this is all happening within the zone. They've got the time, but again, we know there's a lot of teams that are moving into this area. VST and Slime 4KT now, the next potential teams to kick it off with the action.
Ooh, up comes a great opportunity for Fivo, though. As you can see, Slime, Storm just on that ridge line. Pronto, Koa out in the open, getting exposed. It's a boot reaching on through and just saying, how do you do? Picking up that knock. But that opens up the opportunity for the rest of the VS team now to mount the aggression here. As you can see, Fivo taking a few hits. But of course, the utilities are going to come raining on down. Storm looking to see if they can maybe find some form of a play with that vehicle approach. Again, that zone getting ready to close up once again. And not a lot of options remaining for these teams.
No, not whatsoever. They really need to get themselves centered in. We can see that zone shift actually moving into that crazy terrain of Ministal Fall. So Arab Golden, hello, they are going to be very comfortable as one of the first teams to set themselves up towards those mountainous regions. Leaders, of course, once again joining them alongside 1 million and triple. Ooh, okay, so this is going to be a very interesting zone. As we know, those regions in particular, DK, are very difficult to navigate.
Oh yes, they are super challenging to navigate. But of course, the teams are no strangers to experiencing some difficulty along the way. As we look at a few of these trades now, it's going to be at Leno to find the angle on towards Koa. Up goes the confirmation, and Pronto now quickly ducking in behind that ridge. But it's going to be the opportunity for Slime 4KT to instead rotate into the safety of that zone, right? Get themselves situated because there is a great opportunity just ahead of them.
Ooh, a very big opportunity. So 1 million now holding the line here with Triple Esports taking their rotation on in. Lazy Boy taking a little bit of damage, but Triple Esports, ooh, just trying to get around the ridge line, but Kippers will go down. The vehicle explosion is there, DK. It's what you love to see.
Yeah, indeed it is. It's going to be Senkei reaching on through, finding that hit. And now Vibe 7 and 7 Reef going to be looking to continue on rolling forward. Again, right, also that southern territory super congested. We've only lost 4 players so far. All 16 teams still in the mix. There goes yet another player. You can see the confirmations getting locked in. And this is that point in time where the feed is going to struggle to keep up with what is happening.
Yeah, no, the teams are just going to be moving way too fast for even our eyes to really keep up. But Blackjack Esports up the next team, applying quite a bit of pressure here to Legends of War. And now Flick is in danger as MG just actually makes a dash right past him, looking for Lashin and Powerboy to try and get those confirmations. Lashin back up on their feet, but trying to get the HP at least back up to a line where they can actually contend with Blackjack.
Oh, but it's going to be a very risky play. Let's now see if Mowing is going to be able to keep this momentum going. Already, Legends of War doing some really phenomenal work today. But Blackjack looking to make a bit of a bounce back here. MG founds that hit on towards Flick.
Ooh.
Now goes the nade on towards Lashin. It's now up to Mowing and Powerboy. Look to see if they can piece this one back together. But MG about to fall. If Mowing can succeed in finding that confirmation. And it's going to be a lot of pressure now riding on the shoulders here of Phoenix. And of course, Chronal to see if they can maybe save their team.
No, looking for something, but Chronal just a little bit off the timing there. Mowing has been hot on the trigger already, looking for those eliminations as MG goes down. And Phoenix, well, they're still alive. But for how much longer, that is going to be the question. Phoenix now up onto the chopping block, and that's going to be it. Blackjack Esports gets sent back into the lobby as our first team of the day. On Miramar, at least.
Yeah, and Boy
this one.
almost jumping into the flames right there. Almost getting caught out by one of their mollies right then. And of course, VST and Legends, or Leaders rather, in pretty close proximity over towards this northeastern side. You can see Lag also now making a quick little dash back into the safety. But again, right, this is going to be that play, that extra bit of continuation to come through now for Leaders Esports.
Yeah, so here, Leaders Esports, right, I mean, the situation that they find themselves in, with 3 players up against, well, VST Gaming, that obviously have, well, every single one of their players, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. In the meanwhile, let's focus on what's
Ooh.
happening here with 1 round and Lag Esports, as at least there's the confirmation with the Moha and Lag have a little bit of time to recover themselves, not before 1 round move on in for the Calvary.
Yeah, Iflag's not going to be too satisfied with a player hiding behind a vehicle. Instead, they're going to be trying to blow up every single piece of, well, vehicle that they can spot up ahead. Chico also going to be dashing on forward, looking to find Koa in the trade. Oh, will they get it? Just overshooting a slight tad smidge. But up comes the quick dash, spots them out. The hits come in, and down they go. It is going to be a quick trade as TEAMLAG gets picked on up at Leno, then also falls to Iflex.
Oh, this is not what we wanted to see coming on through, but yeah, it has to happen. So Lag, unfortunately, will be joining Blackjack Esports and Triple Esports now, making it a party with 3. VST now looking to make Leaders the next team to join them as we see what happens here. Leaders Esports now taking a little bit of damage. Carryboy is completely out and, out for the count. So again, it's that 3v4 that we're talking about here. But with the damage that VST have been taking, they're also down to 3. So this is going to be as equal as it possibly could. Now with another confirmation onto It's a Boot. So the 2-on-3, this is the turnaround Leaders were looking for.
Yeah, it's definitely creating a bit of an opportunity here. Now, all they got to do is look to capitalize on that. Meanwhile, still going to be quite a bit of carnage out on the remainder of this map. But now, Vivo looking to find this angle. They can hear the shots being fired up ahead. So we also have the players there from Slime 4KT just being positioned within that zone. But again, right, some very trying angles to be held. And no clear line of sight being available whatsoever. But up comes Desert Flame, also looking to make a bit of a dash. Moving ahead of the players here from Mad Knight. You see down below, it is a little bit of a worse for wear play. But Mad Knight not out of it just yet.
It is going to be difficult for them to actually navigate here. As we know, it's out in the zoo out in the zoo. Well, out in the zone. the blue zoo. Yes, the blue zoo of Doom and Death. But it is going to be a difficult opportunity for them to now navigate, right? We've got to deal with the zone. We've got to deal with the HP boss. And now we also have to deal with Desert Flame. 6 Guard in particular with a great line of sight here towards Tyson. And they make this move right into VST, who's already had so much pressure applied to them. So they should be hearing that vehicle pop off and immediately Desert Flame say, well, okay, we can't go this way. Now we have to keep on going. So that might provide the opportunity for Mad Knight to move further, depending on what Beast can do in this situation, just peeking on the smoke there with Flacco.
Well, let's see how this one unfolds, right? That blue zone now catching up to Flacco, but a quick reaction as Kingerman gets straight at the Beast out in the open. Will this be the play, though, for Flacco? As the blue zone is going to be dealing absolute devastation to that health bar. Six also not in the greatest position themselves, but VST are going to be falling in. Legends of War also then following suit. And let's see where this is going to go. Down to the final 11 teams we are. 6 goes down. Is now riding on Flacco, and it's going to be the end as they all then meet their end. 1 million pushing forward onto it. Soul Esports. So you can see Weiss is down. Omar Hemo still going to be holding strong. They got that foothold set up in towards the zone, but is that going to be sufficient to save them? As you can see, 1 million now mounting a beautiful onslaught. And will this be the end of Soul?
I mean, this is the opportunity for 1 million to make that dash on the overall standings, to take over the position here of Virtual Gaming. And they've got all 4 of their players to make that happen against the 2 now of Soul Esports. Omar still down to only half HP as Hemo tries to look down from this higher ridgeline to see what they can actually do in the situation. The 2-2 split from 1 million has been devastating so far.
Yeah, absolutely devastating play. As we know, right? 1 million, a point, right? Oh, definitely not a force to be reckoned with. But now it's going to be Omar to get traded. Now it turns to the final hopeful. Hemo is going to be looking to hold on. Finds a bit of an angle here. But super exposed. Taking on the full brunt of the players here from 1 million. And that's not going to be sufficient. As 1 million just topple them. And down goes Soul Esports.
Yeah, unfortunately, 1 HP is not going to help you much in that situation with 3 barrels pointed at your position. As we can take a look at Beast now, who is finding themselves in a similar situation here. Nage just pummeling down on their face, and now the entirety of, well, Morteza is going to be flying on down with them. But at least the confirmation is there. So Mad Knight will be getting sent back, and hopefully they will be able to get those reses coming on through. But one round, they're going to be able to spot this out and maybe even take a piece of Leaders Esports for themselves.
Yeah, definitely a great opportunity for them to do exactly that, but it's now going to be up to Wasted to see if they can find a bit of an opening here. Of course, Slime also just on the top of that slight plateau off in the distance, but let's see now. 1 round, 0 tolerance, getting ready to get this party underway. Of course, now going to be looking to get themselves situated, and you know, Chumacera looking to be quite the challenging territory for these teams to find it out for that winner chicken dinner. Skydo now trying to hold up the frontline defensive as that vehicle goes boom, and down goes Knight, Eflex, Chico, the final 2 remaining contenders now for the 1 round team.
Yeah, we expected it. This terrain is absolutely just hectic for these teams to deal with. Now Skydo moving on in. He's going to spot out Eflex, trying to get the res on through. So Chico now left to try and make it work here. Skydo still looking for that last remaining member, and bam, 1 round sent back into the lobby. Now we're looking at our top 5 teams. 1 million with a great line of sight onto 0 tolerance. So it is going to be immediate karma for 0 tolerance.
Yeah, 2 players lost instantly. Now it turns to Lord and Paradox to see if they can piece this puzzle together. Of course, the Super Young Stars held up right there alongside them. Definitely not going to be the easiest way to roll on forward. As you can see, Murt now just holding strong, waiting for a bit of an opportunity here. They know there's several players held up in the vicinity. Shero also very, very exposed, quickly deploying a bit of that smoke, but 1 million now going to be looking to get themselves resituated back into that zone and put up quite a formidable fight, already spotting out a few opportunities, hitting up those markers. But here we have it. 0 tolerance, getting ready for the bounce. It is going to be Shero to get ready. That Senge pushes through with that mini 14. Lazy Boy gets the confirmation. But now, Super Young Stars just huddling down, trying to keep themselves as hidden as they can possibly find it.
It's going to be an interesting one. Mortner holding a beautiful opportunity. Quite the gun to work with here, and can definitely deal the damage. But again, it's going to come down to timing. Arab Golden, they're moving into this position. You can see them on that high rise, moving in as swiftly as they possibly can to get good control. While the rest of Arab Golden deal with potentially 1 million. And of course, Myth, Broly in particular, has to keep that on their heels as well. Paradox now applying the pressure to Messi, but has to keep a check here for 1 million, who move on in and steal the elimination.
Well, very cheeky play coming through there, but now it's going to be up to Lord to quickly patch out Paradox. Meanwhile, it's going to be Team Myth to get eliminated, and Arab Golden also now falling victim to the carnage coming through here from 1 million. Up they come, pushing on forward. 0 tolerance getting sent away. Ban goes down. No opportunity. Let's see whether or not Golden could have this one in the bag. Angelo also now moving up for a little bit of that assist. But is this going to be the opportunity for Arab Golden to lock in yet another winner chicken dinner? 1 million definitely going to be looking to make it quite the challenge for them. But again, these region lines could be working out for either team, either for 1 million or for Arab Golden. But still, there is that threat coming through from the Super Young Stars. Angelo being the final hopeful as Golden goes down. Up comes the rush, the dash. But that Lazy Boy, but it gets absolutely isolated, and down they go. Arab Golden reduced to dust, and now all of the pressure rides on Moore, the final player, standing between the 1 million and yet another winner with a chicken dinner as they succeed in locking it in, doing so in glorious fashion with those 6 eliminations to their name. No, wait, that was 21. Really 2 eliminations.
Whoa. Listen, they just needed 20 points to jump ahead of Virtual Gaming. They've succeeded based on their eliminations, so just overachieving at this point. Come on. We love to see it. 1 million bringing in a phenomenal performance, and what a way to end our last Miramar of the day on such a Miramar heavy day, and they really just waited to showcase something like that.
I mean, that was absolutely insane, right? I mean, because like 22 eliminations, that's the craziest we've seen so far, right? And we're going to be taking a very quick breather just to regain ourselves once again, and we'll be back in a short few moments, so be sure to stay tuned.
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepak Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepak Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area. contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with mini banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
I've been waiting here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Season for 2022. A very jam-packed day. A lot of interesting turn of events that we had coming through. And of course, just to highlight a few of the interesting things that we had, we are going to be jumping straight into our match breakdown to see how many points the teams were able to secure. Of course, 1 million running away with 22 eliminations. I mean, that is more than what we've seen for this entire season, pretty much, almost, just about. I mean, dropping a 37 bomb, almost hitting those 40 points.
No, I have no words. It's just it's insane. But Super Young Stars, hey, coming through in second place there with the 13 points, so that should do pretty well for them on the overall standings. And it starts to trickle down quite significantly, but there are a few names that are making a wonderful appearance, like Zero Tolerance, Legends of War, Slime 4KT, and Team Myth. So overall, very good performance from some of these teams. Even Arab Golden, continuing suit in the top placements. The second page, of course, is going to be a little bit more significant. As we know, we finished off with 6 points on that first page. As we move into the second page, it trickles down a lot more. But hey, at least mostly all of the teams picked up a point one way or another. It's only Triple Esports that had to take the donuts, as you said, TK.
Yeah, I mean, a nice little bit of something there. Of course, as we can see, the team's continuing, yes, to change things up as they progress on through. Leaders Esports still finishing strong, coming in with those 5 eliminations. Of course, Mad Knight, Soul Esports, right, having a pretty valiant effort. I mean, yes, Soul Esports had an absolutely glorious run over on Erangel, but once they moved into the desert, it was a little bit more challenging to replicate the exact same efforts once again.
Yeah, it does become quite difficult when the teams are all stepping up in their respective ways. But hey, it's a good showing in the final map of today that's really going to help them on the overall standings moving in, and hopefully into the rest of the week as well, just to lay down as good of a foundation as they possibly can. But let's take a look at those overall standings just to see how far 1 million did, do a little bit of a leapfrog over virtual gaming.
Well, I mean, they needed 20 points, right? They went over and above. They got in 37 points. So that's why they're sitting on 137 points right there. But of course, Arab Golden just kind of matching the efforts being brought through there by Titan Gaming. Both teams on a collective 87 apiece. And of course, then Soul Esports keeping that contention alive, coming in on 85. But then we see 1 round and Leaders Esports also closing off their day on 68 and 66 points respectively, with Team Myth also right there with a winner chicken dinner on 58 points. But, good effort being brought through there by 1 round and Leaders, featuring on this first page and not being one of the teams that have found themselves a winner chicken dinner just yet.
Yeah, that's the good show for consistency. But we know we finished the first page off with 58 points. As we take a look in that 9th to 16th placement, we can see Legends of War only 5 points behind that first page placement. So a very good standing for them and the rest of the teams on the side of the page to come back on Friday and catch up on the gap that has already been laid down. So it's still looking very healthy for me personally. Again, yes, we do have that gap now forming between the top 2 teams. I would say maybe even the top 3 teams, but otherwise it's not so crazy. I mean, even if you take a look at all the way from 3rd place up until this, it's 87 to 53 points. It's nothing. That is a day of play that you can easily catch up. So definitely looking forward to what these teams are going to be showing.
I mean, you say a day of play. I mean, if your name's 1 round, or 1 million rather, you do that in one match, right? Easy. That's all you need. Just drop another 37 bomb on us and, there you go, Bob's your uncle. Job done. But, of course, we need to take a look and see what that last page is looking like as well. As you can see then, it comes through on 32 points. So 6-point difference between the 17th place and 16th position. But, again, only 10 points separating 17th from 20th. So still a very contentious overall standings.
Yeah, and Super Young Stars obviously making quite a bit of a change up all the way from 20th to 17th. So they definitely brought the action that we were waiting for. They picked up a collective, quick math, 25 points in a single day of play. So that's really going to help them moving on into the rest of the standings. And then again, goes to show how quickly these teams can actually catch up and change the rankings. We saw them do that with the top 2 placements in last week. Literally in one game, we had 3 or 4 teams immediately qualify for Livic. So this is a good showing for the teams moving into the rest of the week.
Yeah, makes us super hopeful for what is yet to come. But as we know, we are going to be moving into 1 day of rest before we return on Friday with even more action coming through, as the players will be presented with yet another opportunity to lock in those points. But of course, this is going to be the final 3 days, the final 3 plays to see where the teams are going to be finishing, not only for this week, but also for the league play in total, right? Because as we know, at the end of the week, the top placing teams for this week will be awarded those bonus points, but also additionally, the teams with their overall rankings through the entirety of league play will be awarded additional bonus points. And after that, It is straight into the finals, and the teams will be bringing along their bag full of bonus points to start off the action with a little bit of a head start already.
Yeah, and it's going to be absolutely crazy. Just allowing these teams to form themselves the foundation they need is going to allow them that peace of mind, so that the first couple of games, that, you know, if they're nervous, if they have some jitters, if things aren't working the way that they want, it's okay. You've got that safety net, you've got those bonus points that allow you that space to work with, at least if you got enough, that is. And which is why the teams are fighting so much for those bonus points to get into a higher ranking on the overall 20 for this week, on the overall 20 for all 3 weeks, to hopefully take as much bonus points as they possibly can.
Yeah, of course, the sweet spot is going to be into that top 16. As we know, only 16 teams will be moving through towards the finals. But at the end of the week, only the top 12 teams are going to be stepping over into Livik for a little bit of that extra bit of excitement. But of course, until Friday, we are going to bid you guys adieu for now. It is going to be the end of our evening's proceedings. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. We look forward to seeing you all back again on Friday as we continue with our midday play, of course, or that midweek day, rather, whichever way you want to call it. And of course, quite a bit of excitement to follow suit. So be sure to join us back again on Friday. Same time, same place. Until then, stay safe.
Don't you know you gotta mean one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta sleep a little something for the next round. Don't you know you gotta mean one? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Gonna give it just a little more. The brother's coming in through the outdoors. Doesn't even know what the beat's for. Gotta get your freaky body on the dance floor. Stopping us now.